All right. Well, as always, thank you guys for being better than on time, even though talking about life stuff means that we start a little bit late, which is all good by me. Um, let's go ahead and get into last time on Dungeons and Dragons. Where were we? What was going on? What happened?
We were hovering above the city of Three Trees over the lake. Go by. And I think we spent an hour and a half deciding what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Which makes it a brief deliberation for this group.
Ouch.
That is not a knock at you guys, by the way.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
You resemble it?
She
Yes.
resembles it. Josh is a youngin. So we did make a decision though, and our decision was good. So we had a very quick little ship battle,
Mm.
and then also deck battle.
Yeah, to sneak attack the enemy ships, and then after dealing significant damage to knocking out one of the ships, dealing significant damage to one of the other ships, then came the battle of being boarded.
The third attempted to retake his ship.
Yes, this battle here, which for the record, by the way, I don't know if anyone's on like the fourth edition Discord channel, but man, there was so much interesting discussion about rules in regards to Morin's thing from last time. Like Morin's power and how it worked with teleportation and how blind sight works, and it was very interesting. It sparked like a several hours long debate from a bunch of people who are very well versed in the rules about what the correct or what possible correct rulings were. So, and Morin, we decided how we want that to work from now on, right? I feel like I posed that question, but now I don't remember.
Let me see if I can find.
you did.
Well, this was in a private channel.
Oh,
Was it?
This is
He
an
posted
Arborean channel.
something about looking at the rules, but
you
I
brought
don't
it
have
up and you
home.
basically said, I'm going to go with what makes sense.
I think
The
he's talking about
rule
a separate
code.
conversation that he and I had in our
Yeah, we had a
vignette
conversation
channel.
about, like, I feel like these are two reasonable interpretations of this rule. I don't know where.
It's in our vignette channel.
Cool. So basically, there's two pretty reasonable interpretations of this rule, and the reason that I'm making a point of this is that I kind of want things. If anyone else takes these powers, I want them to function the same way. So I'll post that afterwards of like what our decision actually was, because I think it's going to become relevant at some point later on. So we had a big knockdown fight with the Thurge and his people that got really scarily close to a TPK. What happens? What is the narrative result of our fight?
We subdue Rajul the Thurge and place him in the Eldritch Lab containment.
Place him in secondary containment in the Eldritch Lab, which activating that is going to drain ship's resources as long as it stays active, similar to how it was draining ship's resources while the Beholder was trapped there. Anything else from the combat you guys feel is especially relevant?
Yeah, a couple things. So one was during the combat when the third was trying to take control of the ship, Griffel's helm was like fighting him for control. And I think because the helm was like so pleased with the way that she has been bringing the ship to all the different planes, it was like fighting hard for her. And it somehow like connected with the stone that I got from the Koatoa. So we had like a, I don't know, like a vignette of them like pulsing in sync together and like showing us visions of stuff, faces. Um,
And does Foxy have anything to add for that? I think Foxy isn't feeling too well today, so
Not particularly. I was a bit confused about like them speaking. I think they spoke with like the same voice or twinned voices or something.
they did. Hmm.
Mm. So we can put that on our list of things to investigate and then never find out about because we don't have time.
Do you guys remember at all what was said by the helm and the orb as they were speaking together, and the helm was resisting the ship being taken over so that it was not put back on a shelf someplace and left alone to be bored out of its existence?
it said no, never again. I have written down. But
It
I
said
don't.
something else as well.
Yeah, I don't think I got that.
So during the battle, one of the times that it was resisting things, it said, "We were once one."
Ah, yes.
So that happens. We add to the list of mysteries that'll remain unsolved forever, and nobody will ever know what's going on. And lock the Thurge away in his cage. Anything else before we get to everyone's favorite part of the session, going to Three Trees?
There was that.
Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
Nope.
There was that one moment where one got some kind of vision of like being surrounded on all sides by faces that were looking out into the void.
Mhm.
And I can't remember what they said. Was
That's
that when they
said
said we
never
were one?
again.
Okay.
I think so. Okay, so what I have is like, because remember the Thurge like removed Griffle, removed her from existence temporarily, and
Mhm.
she like fought her way back by like she could sense my stone, and she was able to like use it to guide her back. And then when she got back, that's when it said we were once one.
Correct.
I also did a history revealed on the Thurge.
Which you told me about, which I took notes on that I did not do for prep today. So I need to go back and read my notes. Could you show me where the history revealed the stuff is? So I can
No.
Control F my own damn notes. Did you put it in? I think you put it in Prosperity.
Did I? That would have been smart of me.
I want to say.
I remember I did the roll and it was good.
Don't forget history revealed. I said I'd do it at the start of the next session, but
33.
There it is. All right, so give me a second to find those notes. But yes, that is a thing. Continue on with recap, and I will notes.
So we went to Three Trees.
And we're greeted as heroes, right? We've stopped the assault of the city and supposedly help with these other things, and gone to. I think this is a decent this is a splash screen that we were on for the moment, or for the time. And there were some handouts with some of the people that were there. So who all's when you guys go in, who all's in the room? Like who's around when you're having the initial, hey, this is wonderful, everybody, there's a party. Let's welcome the people that have helped the city. And you get brought by Lord Stonetree to his manor. And who's around, first of all, and then what all happens there?
Well, there was Lord and Lady Stonetree, their baby, who is Clotho, and then the other two from the city.
Mm-hmm.
The main
Oil
people.
on Water.
Oil on Water, Great Tree, and Yeeg's Half Tree.
Yeeks, yeah.
And then at what point did I'm gonna get this wrong. The Wraith? Was it Wraith that walked in?
Yeah, she came at one point.
She did, but not until a decent bit later.
Okay.
Actually, this is not a bad splash screen to use, so let's do this one. Ideally, the screen has Dacron, Marion, Giggs, Clotho, and Oil on Water. So as the three lords, Lord Stonetree's wife, as well as the image of Clotho. And so, yay, you saved the city. They are throwing a party in your honor. Obviously, you graciously accept them throwing their lovely party. And what happens next?
Brock had an important announcement.
Thanks. Had to go through this once. He just threw me on the bus. We basically said it was going to keep happening, and the only way we thought we could prevent it was to release Clotho. Which everyone was super thrilled about and just graciously handed over their baby. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think really One and Griffle were the ones that kind of turned the tide and basically convinced Marion to, go along with it. And then Dacron, I think, was about to fight, and Yiggs basically picked him up and held him while everything happened.
Yeah. Now, Yiggs and Oil on Water aren't super knowledgeable about what's going on, and Yiggs challenged you guys a little bit about saying, all right, well, what are you doing? Why do you think this is the right course of action? Like, what the hell?
He's also like, I'm totally happy to continue fighting the soldiers that the church sends to us.
Yeah.
But I think when Dacron gets aggressive, offensive, I guess, Oil on Water does something to nullify his magic, his sword or something.
Yeah, so Dacron goes to summon his Shadow Blade, and Oil on Water disables him.
Do we know how she did that?
You know that it's some sort of binding. So no one made any checks or anything, but she did. You would be familiar enough to know that she used some sort of binding magic. So she stops him from magically interfering. Yiggs stops him from physically interfering, and the conversation more or less comes down to convincing Marion, because Dacron's more or less against it, regardless of what people say. Convincing Marion is the thing, and then you convince Marion to hand over the baby. And what happens next?
Well, she hands the baby to One, and nothing happens. One hands it to me, and basically as soon as I come in contact, Clotho is released. And then transforms into a young lady, and then I'm going to get the details a bit wrong or out of order, but basically, gives Marion a new child, a baby boy, right?
So the shaman had told Marion that she would never be able to bear children again after what happened
Yeah.
with the birth of the first child, and Clotho basically said, you will have another child, and you will not be barren, and gave like a ghostly vision of the child.
And to make it very clear, everyone in the room who is trained in Arcana and or Nature would recognize that Clotho actually did use some sort of magic to heal. She used a healing spell of some kind on Marion. So it wasn't just a statement, right, of you will have another child. She did something to Marion that healed her in some way.
Right.
And when in all of this did the Wraith come?
So during the conversation when you guys were trying to convince Marion is when the Wraith arrived. And there was a little bit of a change there, if anyone remembers. Like in the scene got a little different when the Wraith arrived.
I also forget, so this is going like way back. What is the like goal of the Wraiths? What's their job?
I think they're there when a person dies to make a deal with the soul of the person that died to resurrect them into some form of life if they serve Shadow Mantle.
So does that mean the baby did effectively die when Clotho was released?
I don't think so. I think like we knew that the Wraith had some sort of device that helped her see when a death was likely. Remember she had like that board with the stones or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I think what happened was like the situation we were in, a death was potentially on the table. So that's why she showed up. I don't think the baby died. I think it could have been a fight or something that would lead to a death.
Or the
One
baby's
thing-
soul was released.
One thing that you guys may or may not pick up on, but Morin would have likely picked up on, is the Wraith, from her perspective, she doesn't show up when death is on the table, when death is likely. She shows up when death is assured, that death is going to happen, right? When you all changed things the first time with the baby, the Wraith was confused. The Wraith did not understand what was going on. It knew that this baby was supposed to die and thought something was incredibly wrong, because it's not the Wraith shows up when, death is possible. Wraith shows up when the death is foretold. It will happen. And so the fact that there was a change the first time was a major deviation from the way that the Wraith normally functions. And the Wraith showing up this time can have a bunch of different interpretations.
Baby died, baby's soul went somewhere.
But we didn't actually see what happened with the Wraith, like in the aftermath of this. Like we kind of left on a cliffhanger. Like if she's still in the room, maybe
Yes,
we
we
talk to
left
her.
on a cliffhanger with everybody's here in the room and doing things. We left in the middle of the scene for where we want to pick up today. So that is where we will pick up today, unless someone else has something that they want to do prior to that. And what I'll probably do is do the history revealed once we're out of the current scene, and there's sort of a between, hey, we're going to go here, then do the history revealed, because I think storyline wise, it happened prior to you coming into this room, but I don't think the scenes that you're going to see are going to alter the decisions you make before you guys leave here.
Okay.
So, not hearing anything from anyone about having other things they want to discuss, so we'll go ahead and start here. So, Clotho, as she came out, she healed Marion Stonetree. She created the illusion and followed it, the illusion of the young boy with his wooden sword going to do another sparring round with his father. She followed over to where Dacron was, and she said that she could remember some part of the baby that would want something like this. And after that happens, after that moment where there's just everyone in the room is sort of shocked into silence, you see Clotho begin to change. And it doesn't look like she's changing into a single thing, but she's changing into multiple things. Her face and her body sort of becomes very mutable and changes. One moment she looks more like a Goliath. Another moment she looks human. Another moment she looks Eladrin. Where there is a thing that you've seen before, where that like rapid changing faces happened when you were inside of the prison within the child. This is similar, but it's much more gradual, right? It's not 100 faces in 10 seconds. This is more like one face a minute or so. It's kind of gradually oscillating back and forth, like who she is in flux. So, what do you guys want to do? Everyone's just sort of still in this silence, stunned to a certain extent by what just occurred.
Is the Wraith doing anything?
So the Wraith, after all this happened, she smiles, she pulls that board out, and when she lets go of the board, it kind of makes a little on the tabletop that she sets it on, or on the dresser top that she sets it on. Kind of like it becomes physical once she lets go of it. She moves a couple of pieces on the board, nods to herself, grabs the board, and then starts to phase back through the wall, leaving the way that she came.
Morin, do you have any idea what that means?
No.
The last time we saw the board, the pieces were like kind of phasing in and out of different places, right? And some of the pieces were like phasing into the same square and like kind of just getting all whack, right?
Yeah, this time the pieces looked very physical. Like once she let go of it and put it on the table, you could see the white and black pieces. There were no multiple pieces in squares. Everything looks like what you would assume a board would, like a game board would look like. Even though you guys might not know the game that she's playing or what all the pieces represent, it doesn't have the sort of supernatural weirdness that it did previously.
Mm-hmm. So some kind of representation of like a divination focus or something, right? Where like previously things were uncertain and now they are more certain.
Seems to be.
Speculation.
I would say that your characters are adept enough in magic item usage and things like that it's a reasonable assumption to say that is probably a focus, maybe not for divination, but focus for some kind of magic. And divination focus also does seem to make sense.
Okay. How is Marion taking all of this?
Gary, if you're talking, you're muted.
You might think that Marianne would be making a scene in this moment, but she really isn't. She's just sitting kind of slumped against the floor, just stunned. She kind of has the 1,000-yard stare of the way that her life was going 5 minutes ago is not the way that her life is going now. And doesn't look like she's able to really interact much for the moment. She's too much mentally disjointed.
Okay. So then, how is Lord Stonetree Dacron?
He's faring slightly better, although he's barely touching the ground as Yiggs is still holding him up. You can see that he's stopped struggling against Yeegs, and he's sort of staring at the area where the image of the boy disappeared, and then he looks over towards Clotho, and you can tell there's these sort of warring emotions, right? Like, he doesn't know whether he should be concerned about her or not. Like, is she still his daughter? But like, that look on her of her body constantly changing is really disconcerting. So, when she does when the change happens and she finalizes as something, and then begins to change again, he looks away from her, and just, again, this silence around the room. And if you guys stay silent for a moment and nobody does anything, Oil on Water will speak up and say, well, I believe there are certain things that could have been shared before now. I do not know you, lady, but be welcome in Three Trees if you weren't already. I am Oil on Water. And then she stands up, and you can tell she's kind of going into formality a little bit to kind of break some of the ice, and goes around the room and introduces everyone to the new person before asking her who she is. And Clotho then looks around and then says, I don't know who I am yet. I'm not supposed to be a me without a life attached. I'm hoping I'll find out soon. And you can see as she's thinking about it, the sort of concerned look on her face is accelerating, at least for her face, the switch between multiple different people. And you can tell that while Oil on Water calmed the situation slightly by doing the introductions, which everyone thought was more normal, Clotho's response has sort of put everyone back on edge again.
Could you repeat Clotho's response? Sorry.
She basically says she doesn't know who she is or who she's supposed to be. She's supposed to have a life attached to her to be that person.
Okay.
And Drax still has the name, right?
Yeah, he does.
I'll address Clotho and ask, is there anything we can do to assist? Would the name Lekessin help at this time?
I don't. It could. I think it could help. The part of me that is the queen could be helped by being who I am. She nods. Yes, performing duties within my nature. That's something that I can do right now, no matter who I am. That I can do. That's more of a... She giggles a little bit. It's more of a what I am, I guess, than who. So yes, I can help.
All right, I will transfer the name to her. I forget the steps, but I thought it was just one of the things I could do.
Yes, you can basically just will it to happen. So you see the inner, you feel this sort of wave of lethargy from you, this exhaustion without the sort of supernatural exuberance of holding the name. And when it fades into Clotho, you see her take a deep breath. Yes. This I can do. By fire, by sword, and by seed, she shall return. I am not one who sows. I am not. And then she kind of waves her fingers, and they go a little bits of orangish and greenish flames lick over her fingertips. I am fire. But more than that, she twists her hand around, and those flickering flames turn into a glaive, a sword with basically a spear with a sword on the end. It's fairly short, so it's like a spear that half of the length of the blade is, or half the length of the spear is this blade, and there's a glowing emerald in the center of the blade. And then she nods to it and goes, "The sword of the morning. That is what I am." And then she holds it up very slightly, and then she leans forward and whispers 3 times into the gem. "Lacassen, Lacassen, Lacassen." The emerald kind of swells for a moment. The magic fades away. And the room, which you guys had not noticed had become slightly brighter for a moment, dims. She lets go of the glaive. It vanishes in her hands. And you see her smile with her face still changing between people. It is done. Or it will be when it's time.
Why is nothing in this game straightforward?
I will say that you guys, at least one of many and Filibuster, should have a good bit of context for her little speech there, if they wish to share it with others. Although you guys have talked about it as a group before.
Yeah, when we found, I think what we thought was Eastavir and ice at the very beginning of our campaign, we said some similar stuff. She said the by fire, by sword, by seed, thrice to be freed. And at the time, I guess we thought because she was entrapped in ice, which we melted with fire, that we had used fire to free her. But who knows?
And I feel like if me as the DM was not explicit, this scene should be one of those scenes that, with that information, Clotho should have been fairly explicit of which one of the 3 she was.
And she is sword.
She's sword.
Correct, because one of her epithets is the sword of the morning.
Been totally clear to us that yes, the first thing we did was fire.
It is a reasonable assumption.
Yep.
When did we do fire?
Like session 3 or something.
Very, very
Oh.
few.
You would not have participated.
And
Yeah.
who was that for Clotho as well, or for someone else?
We don't really know. We did not hear the name Clotho until much later. We found a lady in the wilds entrapped in a block of ice. Did she say her name was Eastavir? Do you remember, Philly?
I mean, I wrote it down as Eastavir.
Yeah.
So.
For some reason we thought that, but
Yes, she
Right,
did.
and we think that's grandmother, right?
no, mother.
Mother. Ah, okay. So we've freed her twice.
Seems to be.
Like, are they? I mean, like, are they kind of technically 3 aspects of the same thing? So in that sense, like, we freed mother and daughter.
Well, and technically we didn't just free her. Technically we just did the forbiddance of the name, right?
Yeah. So was it Clotho freeing Eastavir by saying her name and she is the sword?
Yeah. So Clotho basically says, you give her the name Lacassen,
Hmm.
She utters into the blade, into the sword of the morning, the name 3 times, and then that's done. She says, "It is done."
Okay. So it is specifically about freeing the mother, and we have used fire and sword.
Yes, there was a lot of question about whether Clotho was the seed because her essence was trapped within the seed.
Mhm.
But that doesn't match up very well with stuff that has happened since then.
Okay.
So,
And the seed that Clotho's essence was trapped within, that was on the ship?
On the
yes.
ship of prosperity. Yeah.
So while this is going on, the people are kind of getting a little bit of their bearing because there's like servants and stuff. The servants come and bring in more refreshments and pull up another chair for Clotho, kind of awkwardly. Yiggs and Oil on Water both kind of talk to Clotho, greeting her, welcoming her, kind of giving formalities and things like this while the group is having this, I assume, mental discussion to the side, this telepathic discussion to the side. So while that's all going on, you can see like one of the servants brings in another chair for Clotho, who more or less ignores that the chair exists. She does respond politely and respectively, and also very cryptically to the other 2 lords. Marion and Dacron are not talking to her, and kind of after a moment, Dacron goes to his wife and kind of helps her up off the floor, and they're sort of talking very quietly to each other in one corner of the room. And while all this is going on, a servant, one of the people that you would recognize as one of Stone Tree's sort of like house staff, one of the people that had gone with you when Dacron and Marion went with you to the wilds on your little short trip to go and meet Narsenhar, comes into the room, and then after a second of looking around, goes up to Dacron. You can tell there's this sort of moment of hesitation where the servant realizes there's something going on and doesn't want to go and talk to Dacron, but like after a moment, he realizes that this is his job. He has to. Goes over to Dacron and says, "Sir, the captain wants to speak with you. Do you want to go to him? Should I tell him to go away, or to wait, or to come in?" And then Dacron kind of nods to himself, gathers himself together, and says, "Oh, of course, the captain. Our guests would need to speak with the captain at some point, so please." And the servant nods and then walks away. And then after 10 seconds or so, walks away and then immediately returns. The servant doesn't come back into the room, but a man in armor comes ahead of him and enters into the room. He doesn't go very far into the room. He kind of stands in the doorway looking in. And he is in heavy armor. You can see that he stops and props up a halberd just outside of the entrance to the little dining room that this whole conversation is taking place in. And he will pop off a helmet that has a big crest of white feathers on it and hold it under one arm. He gives a short bow to Dacron, and you guys would recognize him as the one who sort of laid out the challenge when you guys were leaving Three Trees last time, where he had held the guards down and been very pissed off that he'd been attacked when he first arrived. He nods to Dacron, "Sir," and he looks over to you all. "Friends of the Legion, I hope no one minds my intrusion, but I am curious what orders are for now." And he looks around for a second, and you can tell he's looking around the room looking for something, and like his sort of serious face is sort of turning into a deeper and deeper frown as what he's looking for is apparently not there.
This is the captain from Aegis's army.
Yes. Also, you guys are now you spend a lot of time with the Legion. You're more familiar with their iconographies and things like that. You can tell that the markings of the stuff that he wears, he doesn't have any Legion numerical markers on him, so he's not a Legionary. He's not like one of the First Legion or Second Legion or Third Legion or anything like that. They all have clear numbers on them marking what Legion they're associated with. But he does have a sigil. Yeah, you can't chew on that. Sorry. He does have a sigil on him that, while it doesn't have any numbers, it does look like one of the sort of Legion auxiliary units markers that, for example, brain not working. The captain of the 301st.
Rancer?
Rancer, thank you. So Captain Rancer had on his armor markings of being a commander of one of the auxiliaries. This guy does have the same thing. It's not the same auxiliary, so it's a different unit. But even though you don't know exactly what his auxiliary is, you would recognize, oh, this guy is somewhat like Captain Rancer within the Legion. So he's looking around, frowning deeply, and is sort of waiting to be addressed.
So he just asked Dacron what his orders were.
He's basically says, I'm looking to issue orders to my men, and I need more information about what's going on. And then he looks around the room and seems upset.
And what does Dacron say?
Doesn't say anything. He's sort of sitting there, kind of mulling things over, like he's trying to decide what he wants to say.
I'm going to say to the group, I think he's here to protect the baby who is now gone. Is it our place to inform him?
I feel like we've done a lot.
No. He just came and murdered a baby.
No, did it not murdered?
Well, the Wraith did not leave confused or unhappy, so maybe murder?
So if nobody says anything, after a couple of seconds, the captain says, I don't mean to interfere with what's going on or be rude to the lords of the village, but we are tasked with the protection of the child who does not appear to be here or with their mother. Where is the child? Dacron kind of sputters a little bit at that and says, she's here, kind of, and then looks over towards Clotho. Says, she's been changed, and then gestures towards Clotho. And you can see the captain, the frown deepens. He looks around for a second. I'm not sure I understand. Is the child now you? And Clotho immediately goes, no. Excellent. So, where's the child?
Listen, this is a very long story. I don't know if we have time to explain it all, but there was a child that had her within it, and now the child is gone and she remains. That's the short of it.
The child is gone. You mean destroyed? Altered? What definition of gone are we going by here? My orders are to make sure that the child and the power that it represents is protected. If the child has been killed or destroyed or changed, it's going to make my job very difficult.
Well, you're certainly not being very you're being very blunt with your words when the mother of the child is the power that the child represents remains. The child is just, you know. Someone else want to step in here?
Nope.
Captain, your duty of protection has been fulfilled.
Well, that's not a question for me to really answer. If my duties are to make sure that the child and the power it represents are safe. If the child is altered, then I might be needing more orders. But that might need to change. Well, that might need to be delayed for the moment. I'll have my people protect this house, as I believe it's still within the house, if it still exists. And there is another complication. The Genasi ship that survived the battle and did not flee, that is grounded on the outskirts of the city. What to do about them? Should they be allowed to leave, to be freed? Should we hunt them down? What is most beneficial to the city? And he kind of looks around to the three lords of Three Trees. So Yiggs will speak up and go, "That no be a question for us. They be prisoners if they to be taken by those that bested them. These be they," and gestures towards the group.
I'm also going to let Morin speak, but I think that there might be someone we want to talk to on that ship.
We have captured prisoners aboard the ship, and will be interrogating those surviving.
Oh, I was talking just out of character. I was talking about your sister, who we did not capture. No.
Yeah, she's on the grounded ship, right?
We've disabled her ship and given her orders to stay there.
Are you
And that's
counting that as captured?
That's what the captain is talking about. Like, what are we doing with those people?
Leaving them.
So they should be contained. Yes, they are people that have agreed to surrender.
That is correct.
I will issue a command to the Muta Etun to prevent any who should escape. Should these commands be to prevent those from escaping using lethal force, or are these people to be merely persuaded to stay put?
You may use lethal force.
Wow. I didn't think you'd go that route more. Your sister's on that ship.
So he nods and says, "A much easier to follow command. Very well. I will secure the area as best I can until this." He kind of like looks confused, a little confused over at Dacrin and Marion, and then at Clotho. Issue is properly resolved. And then he bows again, takes his helmet, slaps it onto his head, turns, walks out the door, grabs his halberd as he leaves. So,
I think we're getting pretty good at this commanding thing.
We?
Yeah. We're a team, and our successes are shared.
Not our failures, though. Those rely on whoever failed.
No, those are all on you.
Pretty much my roles, yep.
So, what to do next? So, you guys discuss what you're going to do. I need to go change a diaper real quick, and I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I just want to... I want Marion Stonetree to leave so I can be more disrespectful.
What do you want to say?
I just want to be like, what was the point of that? Now just have this person.
We
I
have
want to know, like,
a god, effectively, right?
yeah, but what does she do?
Well, we had to give her the name. Also, what was it? Oh, Al Shaib told us we had to free her.
Yeah, and we trust
He
Al
said it.
wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm. He's a smart guy.
I do,
As
but
do
I'm
I.
also not that smart.
What do we want to do is the question.
I'm gonna ask Clotho what she does.
Yeah.
Like,
Go for it.
well, I can't because Gary's not here and he is Clotho.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, like, next, that's a fine plan.
Um,
I would also, since I think we have like a day, we should try to quickly secure the safety of the city and then go to Haven.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
What about
do-
Silver Spire though?
Silver
think that's it,
Spire
right?
is lame.
No?
We also don't know where it is.
We kind of need to start making a plan for what we're gonna do after this, because like there's a bunch of stuff that we could do.
We don't
know?
plan.
Wait,
we
you know
just
who
wing
probably
it.
knows where Silver Spire is? Kaid Al-Munta. He probably knows.
So, yeah, we do know that we do have to go to Haven. We told Margot we would go. And
Wait, that's not true.
yeah,
I think we don't have to go. We just can't share the information. So you're not bound to
right. Yeah, we don't have to,
do the thing.
but I think we want to, and that's our best chance of, getting people out pre-plague.
We gotta go kill the plague doctor, right?
Yeah.
I talked to Gary about this, by the way.
Hmm.
The Plague Doctor will fuck us up.
I'm back.
It's Gary Peck.
So it sounds
Well,
like
he
we're
gave
talking.
us. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, Gary gave us all the stats essentially, and yes, it's a huge group of things that will fuck us up.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless we could find a way to do it by subterfuge instead of outright battle. Something
Right.
we've never really tried before.
We also talked about that. It didn't sound likely.
I hope that's not the answer that the conclusion you reach from our discussion.
What? You said if you try to go in and fight him, you will die. I don't know what you consider subterfuge.
I would say that's a very different version than my response was with the forces arrayed against you. If you kicked in the door and did a frontal assault, you're pretty certain that means that you die.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know if you would call kick in the door frontal assault subterfuge. If you do, we're working on very different definitions of the word subterfuge.
Okay. Anyways, I think our plan of action here is talk to Clotho,
Mm-hmm.
then talk to Morin's sister, call her a B word, and then fly away.
Then we
Okay,
got to figure
so-
out how to. I know that's probably to do with the plague doctor, but the whole situation with Narsenhar.
No,
Yeah,
different.
that's tied
Wait, what?
into.
Is-
Remember, Narsenhar is being like his power was being siphoned.
I see what
We
you're saying.
we think we have deduced that it's that plague doctor who's siphoning to make a plague.
Because we were told he had more power than he should or something, right?
Yeah,
And that
it
he
was like it was
accidentally-
the whip that like everybody in the Reach is terrified of.
But also that he accidentally opened a portal to the Feywilds, which is
What do you call that? A crossing?
Well, I think it was like, I don't know, but it was like his connection to Narsenhar maybe like messed with his magic.
So the Plague Herald potentially might be siphoning Narsenhar's power to create the Blood Whip in Haven.
Yes.
Wait,
Yes.
if Clotho
And
is,
blood-
but isn't? Oh, go ahead.
Blood Whip is what Hatterai thought Filibuster had when we met him.
Yes.
It's just a common plague, but the plague doctor is like cooking up an extra terrible version.
Well, I'm wondering if it's a common plague because somebody has been using this plague that comes from the Chaos Elementals in the Reach.
That's
Not
what
because it's
I
actually
did ask
natural to the Reach.
about that.
Mm. It was like 10 years ago, I think. Was
But
the
Gary
last
said
one.
that the people in oh no, my brain, old man elf.
Had a
So he said that the blood whip from Hatterai's people is well documented as just coming from like random traders, just like dudes.
Just some of the things that are being bandied around here are nothing of what you're saying is inaccurate. So the blood whip in the Reach is a well-known documented disease. So there are people that have quite a lot of information on it. The blood whip is not something that any of you all had heard of prior to going to the Reach. So this isn't like this is not a worldwide plague. This is something that was at least fairly local to the Reach.
okay.
So the two pieces there, one, it's not like the flu or something like that where it just kind of happens all over the place. It does seem to be somewhat localized. And the other thing is you definitely can do a little bit of research if you wanted to know more specifically about the whip. You guys have resources to figure out more if you had, more specific questions about the blood whip.
So I guess the question is Hatterai himself well versed in what the Blood Whip is? And
Yes.
was he mistaken when he identified Filibuster's illness as the Blood Whip?
I think he asked us if I had it, and we said definitely not.
Yeah, I think he just assumed, like when he heard that he was sick, he just assumed that was what it was. Right?
Yeah.
I will add something else into here that the characters would remember. It's not necessarily that he assumed that you had the whip. It was you looked sick, and everyone in this area is afraid of the whip.
Mm.
So he's asking you if this is what this is. So maybe it needs to be treated, or whatever it is that you have that needs to be treated. So in the same sort of thing, like think of in any of the miscellaneous movies or stories about like outbreaks, if there is a symptom that is associated with said outbreak and you have something that overlaps, it's like, oh, do you have the zombie virus or whatever it is that is the symptom? You might have some other disease that has overlapping symptoms, but someone might tell you, hey, you need to deal with whatever the thing is that you have. If it's not the virus everyone's afraid of, you have to deal with that other problem because people are going to assume that you have this. In real life terms, it's like, middle of summer or winter of 2021. If you come down with a bad cold, people are going to assume that you've got COVID. You need to deal with that cold, or people are going to assume that you've got COVID because COVID is the thing that people are afraid of. If you have symptoms that overlap, you need to deal with that, or we need to have a conversation about, like, are you COVID positive? That's sort of the conversation about the blood whip that you guys had with Filibuster and Hatterai. Sorry, my daughter's apparently being murdered, so I'm going to grab her again.
It's the Blood Whip.
Yeah. Well played.
I'm looking over my notes, and I think today is the 13th day of the month. I think we have, is it 2 days? Josh, do you have the calendar?
I do. And according to the calendar, it's the 13th.
And then, so we need to go to Haven on Reap Night. Or the day before Reap Night.
The day before is when he's going to attack.
Right.
2 days from now.
So we have 2 days,
Is it 2 days from now?
according
it-
to the calendar.
It was supposed to be tomorrow night.
It's the 13th, right?
Today's
Let
the
me-
13th.
Let me look. Right.
And Reaping
Yes.
Night is the 16th.
Yes.
So we need
I-
to be in Haven like the 15th.
At the latest, yes.
Okay. And so the things that we had talked about doing was this, giving Clotho the name. And then I think our next priority was Silver Spire because we know that that vision is coming. And that was kind of the next thing I think we thought priority wise.
There's
Just throwing that out there if we still feel that way.
the amount of people that know where Silver Spire is very limited.
Doesn't everybody in
At
the
least where
Legion
we
know?
are.
Yeah, I thought it was like we don't because we're yokels, but
So Silver Spire is a major hub of portals. So the people who either are extra planner or can use portal systems and things like that, it's where Silver Spire is well known. It's very difficult to just like fly there. You can't walk there or anything like that or take a boat. But the getting to Silver Spire, like knowing that it's a thing and kind of how to get there is not super rare.
so if we said to you, we need to go to Silver Spire, that would be a no big deal thing.
Yeah, you could pretty easily take the ship to Silver Spire.
And we could also ask the guy from the Legion that's standing in front of us directions.
Well,
That's
he's
why
not
it's
there
no big
anymore, but
deal.
yes.
We could do chase him.
Because from my perspective right now, you've got, I'm going to type this out a little bit so we can try to move things along because you guys have quite a few things that you can get done this session. So I'm going to type these out real quick and then we'll go from there. Brain.
I just had a thought while guys typing. So we know, or we think, the Plague Doctor has some sort of weird portal into Narsenhar's area, and he's siphoning from Narsenhar. Could we take the ship down to the bottom of the lake, pop over to where Narsenhar is, and use the ship to close the portal and maybe cut off his source of power?
Smart.
That's a real kick down the door approach there, Drac.
No, well, it's the other
Wouldn't
side of the
that be-
door.
It's like the
Wouldn't
opposite
that
of
mean that like
subterfuge.
Narsinha can't go anywhere or do anything though? Wouldn't that be limiting?
I mean, I think there must be like a separate portal that
Yeah, I mean, close the portal that's used for the siphoning, not the one at the bottom of the lake.
Right. We're assuming that it is some kind of portal instead of like some other apparatus.
Correct. Yeah, this might be a colossal waste of time.
but we
We got 2 days.
we have like so many rituals now. We could like there's got to be a ritual for that, right?
I mean, number 7, get out of the scenes that you guys are in so you can scour through your ritual books. Cool, that's also an option. But the main thing is there anything else that you guys feel needs to be done in this room with the Lords of Three Trees? If not, then we can leave this building and go somewhere else to figure out what our next step is.
Well, should we
Well-
ask Clotho, like, is she intending to stay here? Should she come with us?
Yes, we
Yeah,
should
well,
we should talk to her. I think.
So do so. If you'd like to talk to her, you may do so by pressing 1 to speak to Clotho.
I guess since I'm the knight, I'll just ask. So what? Sorry, my brain is not fully functional. Like, is she the queen? Like, how would I like? I should know this, but how would I address her?
She's a queen.
So there's 3 sets of very common titles, and it kind of depends on how formal you want to be. So if you're talking about them in general terms, yes, she is the youngest queen, so you could call her a queen of summer. That would be a very informal, or you could say, because she is the one that gave you your power, my queen. You could do something like that. If you wanted to be very formal, you could call
You
her the
wanted to be a
queen.
simp.
You can call her the queen yet to be. So there's the or yet to come. So there's the queen that is, the queen that was, and the queen yet to come. So that is there. If you wanted to be the most casual version, her normal title is lady. So you have the least of the queens. Clotho is the summer lady, and then you have the mother character is the queen, and then the grandmother is the queen mother. So that's the sort of least formal version.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking my queen anyway. So okay, cool, thanks. So I'll say my queen. What is the best course of action now? We have several other things that we need to do. Do you wish to remain here or to travel with us?
Until I know who I am rather than just what I am, I think I should stay close to the one mortal connection I have. She looks over back towards you. My knight. And then she kind of looks around the room, and she can tell that everyone looks very uncomfortable that she's there. And then she waves her hand, and there's a little ripple of the air around her, and everyone like starts for a second. As for everyone in the room, with the exception of Drock, she completely vanishes behind a veil. So Drock, now you're the only one in the room that can see her.
Okay. So that's okay.
Clotho has joined your party.
Yeah. Everything's in riddles, and I'm so confused all of the time. All right, I'll address the room then. Lord and Lady Stonetree, I apologize for the chaotic day. I know this is not how you planned for your day to go, but we should be leaving. Hopefully the church will not attack again now that Clotho has been released, and the power should diminish in the area.
You see the two of them kind of look at each other, and before they're able to kind of respond, Yiggs speaks up and says, "You do be saying they be attacking because of the growth, yes? I know be thinking the growth go away. If they still be attacking, then they still be here for the same reason, yes?"
Sorry, I'm not brain. So she's asking, like, if the growth continues, and they attack again, that's kind of confirmation?
So this is Yiggs, and Yiggs is basically saying, your explanation to us was the church assumed the growth was bad things and thus was going to attack us. It's not going to continue growing, but there's a bunch of growth already here. Why would they not attack now?
If the growth stops or subsides, then they should assume that it was not caused by what they were assuming it was.
I don't know about that one.
You disagree?
Convincing the church that their judgment was misguided will be the purpose of our conversation with the captain of the Genasi airships.
I think to keep Three Trees safe, we have to extract some kind of some kind of deal with someone who can enforce it.
Oil and Water will speak up and say, so you are saying that the reason we were going to be attacked and the reason that you attacked their ships was a case of mistaken identity of powers. They believed that the growth here was due to something else than what it was. The presence, apparently, of, she gestures vaguely to where Clotho was. This power, I guess. That was the truth, and they believe it is something else. I'm not sure I understand what they believe it was, but I don't see a reason why anything that's happened here would dissuade them. If they do not know what it is truly, why they would think it is not the thing they are assuming it is.
We have their third, Rajul, prisoner, aboard our ship. And we have the downed ship that we will need to speak with. Perhaps we will be able to strike a deal that will leave your city safe. Perhaps we will be able to convince them that the growth is none of their concern. We will need to have this conversation before we can plan further.
So telepathically, should we not allow them to send like their representatives to negotiate for the safety of their city?
Their representatives don't know what the church is assuming it is. And if they don't know, then how can they convince the church it's not that?
Why don't we tell them then? What harm could it do?
I don't know, we could. It just seems like there's so much going on with them already. Do we really want to also say, yeah, there's a plague on our ship and they believe it's been unleashed? Like, we also can't prove it hasn't been unleashed, so it seems sketchy all in all.
I'm also not sure if we want to tell them that, if we want to broadcast the fact that Clotho was in Three Trees.
Correct.
I'm not.
Is the-
No. Telling the representatives of Three Trees that about the plague, so that they can negotiate with the so that they can be fully informed to then negotiate for the safety, alongside us, negotiate for the safety of their home. I just think it's a bit weird for them, for the leaders of this place to be like, yeah, these people that we've known for a couple of weeks and who have done some pretty sketchy stuff are now our only representatives to negotiate for our ongoing safety, you know?
And you can sort of get the vibe from Oil that she's very much kind of like, I don't, there are pieces here that we need to know. And you can tell that she's trying to say, without kind of saying it openly, like, are you intentionally keeping us in the dark? Because it would be really helpful if we knew what the hell was going on. As you're saying, it's not this thing, it's this other thing, but you're not explaining what either of those things are. And supposedly, their whole town was going to be destroyed because of a case of mistaken identity when they don't know what either option is.
I see no harm in explaining to the leaders of Three Trees the nature of the situation.
Okay.
Oil on Water, the mistake is this. Our ship contains research that the Genasi believe could lead to this level of wild growth that is seen in your city. However, the growth is caused instead by, and I gesture to the blank space in the air, for reasons that it is best that we not get into. So you see, The Genasi believe that they must contain a dangerous experiment gone awry, but in fact, there is no danger. So we must convince them that what they think is causing the growth is not, in fact, doing so.
She nods. So, what is the nature of these two things? This research on your ship, and she gestures towards the blank spot. Are they of a similar nature, a similar thing that they could be easily confused one for the other, or is the confusion likely to be superficial? If we are, she gestures to the other two lords, to make a case against a power that is stronger than us. Sanctuary has 100, 200 times, 500 times the population, many more times that the resources than we have. Then I need to know how I can make a case for their mistake. And I doubt I will be able to get anything like reparations from them, as our position is quite weak in this negotiation. But without being able to show that there was a mistake here, without any sort of doubt to be left in their minds, I'm not sure we will be able to convince them not to return.
We believe that, yes, the two
The-
powers are linked. They are both derived from primal power sources, hence their similarities. Griffle?
I was gonna say I can't do the voice this morning. They're both of the wilds. However, one is the power of a queen of summer. And it is used to keep things in order, as they should be. While the other is used as a plague to destroy. And it is this plague that we believe the Church of the Elements was trying to develop to use against other nations, or perhaps enemies unknown. That's right, isn't it?
I think that is a reasonable answer, but I think Morin is going to have something to say.
The research on our ship that the church is concerned is a plague is not primal in nature. It is elemental.
You see a couple people around the room frown at that. And then Yiggs goes, "That do be one and the same, yes? The elementals here are linked to the primal spirits of things. If it is elemental on one hand, it must be elemental on the other, yes?" Morin?
Josh has no idea.
So I'm going to take a step back as DM to do something that I think your characters would not necessarily make this a mistake. It is a reasonable mistake for the people of Three Trees to make. Morin has enough research knowledge that he would not make this mistake. So the elementals that are here in the Reach draw their power from the Feywild, from the wilds, by a large portion. Not all of them, but many of them do. So for the people of the Reach, they see elemental power and primal power as being inherently linked, that they're basically the same thing. If you say it's an elemental, the assumption is that it's primal power. That's not what the church thinks. The church and all of its research can use arcane magic to bind elementals, and the elementals themselves are not primal power. They're from other planes. They're not from the Feywild, right? A fire elemental is from the plane of elemental fire. And they are bound and they are creatures of magic. There is a elemental source of power, a more fundamental piece in game terms, a keyword that is different than primal or anything like that, that elementals are at their core. So the locals very much connect that. Morin would have the expertise to say that those aren't the same thing, and that the sort of big umbrella, right, is that the plague that is being researched is an arcane elemental thing, and their elemental stuff is primal elemental stuff. So they share the elemental keyword and the elemental sort of feel, but they do not share the power source. And there is a question for Morin specifically. Does that distinction make sense to Josh? Because it would be something Morin would understand, and I don't mind talking about it or explaining in a different way to make sure that the distinction is clear to Josh.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me, and that was how I understood it. So I think when I said that and the NPC went, "No, that's wrong," I as a player, I don't really know what to say to that.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, everyone's working with different sets of knowledge, and the NPC just thinks you're wrong, and you think you're right. So what do you do? And Yig's more along the lines is basically just like, he's not even saying you're wrong. He's just saying what you just said makes no sense. If it's elemental, and this is elemental, that seems to all be elemental. Like, why are you making a difference and saying it's a different thing?
Mm-hmm.
So the question becomes, would Morin give a detailed sort of technical explanation to the lords? And you don't have to do it in character, right? Like, you can say Morin would give that or would not, or would say this or that.
Yeah, Morin would provide that technical explanation of the difference between an arcane elemental and a Feywild elemental. And I would probably suggest that if the church does come back, they can try to tell the church, investigate the nature of the power source that this is here, and you'll see it's not what lines up with your research.
So when Morin kind of gets into a more technical explanation of things, you can tell that Giggs basically spaces out. Like, it's not that he doesn't care. It's like you're giving him a very complicated answer and he wants something simple. Dacron looks like he's paying a lot of attention, and so is Marion, but they maybe don't have the expertise to really follow your explanation. Whereas Oil and Water does follow your explanation, and she does kind of listen and nod along, and you can see kind of the wheels turning in her eyes as she's listening to the explanation of how these things are similar but different.
A question to Josh would be, while explaining the difference between what happened here and what their research is, may show them that it was not their research that got free, would they be concerned that people here know of the research and attack anyway?
Yes, absolutely.
So is it not best still that we be the ones from the ship saying all of this and basically indicate that Three Trees knows nothing about it?
Yes, I don't think that Three Trees would be able to successfully negotiate with the church.
Is this a conversation you're having aloud or telepathically?
I would have done that one aloud.
I think this is telepathic. Oh, you would have done it aloud.
Yeah, because I basically want to, like, I get what they're coming from of, you know, why would we want you to negotiate on our behalf, and I basically want to tell them why. I feel if they go to the church and are like, we're aware of your research, that's worse than anything. And yes. I don't want them to do that. So I want to be the one to do that and say, you know, Three Trees knows nothing about this. We're the ones involved. We know what's going on. Yada, yada, yada. And I'd want them to know why I'm doing it.
And so Oil listens to that sort of back and forth and then says, well, if this information, as you said, is very sensitive and they don't want this information to spread, destroying our town before we understood that this information was valuable is possibly very logical as a term to take. However, I'm not as accomplished of a ritual caster as some of you, but I know enough to do sendings, and I know enough to operate a spin disk and to have fail-safes in place. If this is information that they do not want to get out, and we have this information and the ability to disseminate it, then that very strongly strengthens my hand at the bargaining table to prevent them from attacking.
Understood.
It's a risky play, but it might be the only thing that keeps you safe, at least for a while.
This would presume, of course, that they would let you come to a bargain.
I
I don't believe they offered you.
They did not. And from everything you said, it sounds like they were willing to break any sort of bargain to deliver that fatal blow. But again, fail-safes could be done, things could be managed. And there is another option, Dakron says, kind of interrupting Oil. And you can see he's sort of maybe kind of compartmentalized the trauma that he just went through and is kind of stepping into his sort of presence as being one of the Lords of Stone Tree rather than being Dakron. And he says, the mercenary group, the people that were here to recover from their dealings in other places, are actually a group set to protect the child, as you are obviously aware of from the captain's speaking freely in his time of disorientation following the loss of my daughter. They have offered us another solution. The town could still be vulnerable. However, we are vulnerable as long as we have nothing to bargain with, as has been said. And as you have said, it is risky to bargain with something that could be destroyed, or if the time comes that this blackmail gets out in other ways, then we would be likely stomped out for our impudence. However, it has been given to us an offering of safe passage to some place that I believe would be out of reach of the church. There is a place, a plane, a place on another plane, as I understand it, deep within the elemental chaos that is heavily fortified and is surrounded by thousands upon thousands of soldiers of an equivalent caliber or a similar caliber. He gestures towards the group as these men and women, where we would be able to be safe and use it as a place to remain safe for as long as we are under threat. And then once the threat has passed, to be able to return. Yiggs kind of speaks up. So we do be having a place we can run to with our tail tucked between our asses if things be going wrong. This be something that is wonderful, perfectly suited for running and hiding when we don't have the honor to properly deal with our problems. We're dealing with blackmail. We're dealing with the ability to run rather than dealing from strength. He shakes his head. This do be something that cannot last. No, it cannot be. You can tell really quickly, although I'm not going to go kind of in character for the three of them, that a kind of an argument breaks out, and you're pretty certain that this is sort of a common, everyone kind of has a role in this argument as the three of them sort of bicker back and forth about it, where Oil on Water is very much going for the diplomatic option that we can do these things. Dakron is offering more of a tactical option of, we think we're fighting a stronger enemy. We have an escape route that should be very helpful in case we get into trouble. And Yiggs is going with, if the diplomacy fails and if we just have to run, we're going to lose our homes. We can't just lose our homes. And the three of them very quickly sort of fall into that routine of arguing with one another. So would the group try to push them one way or the other? What does the group want to do? Because Dakron's basically of the point of trusting you guys to argue for them. Yiggs doesn't want you guys. He wants to go with. And Oil and Water would prefer to go with, and preferably prefer to be the only person from the council going with.
I mean, I think I'm leaning towards bringing Oil and Water with us to talk.
Yeah, if we suggest, and I do this telepathically, Oil and Water joins us. We try and do a diplomatic approach. If that fails, then maybe going to the other plane is the best option, right? Because we can kind of judge and figure out if a diplomatic approach is going to work, and then have that as the backup. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Mm.
I guess I could say out loud to Yiggs, if you wish to fight the whole of Sanctuary, then you're welcome to do so. I do not think that they will stop coming unless we can reach some kind of accord. And if the force that they have sent here is insufficient, they will continue to send more and bigger and more powerful until you're wiped out. And we can't stay to ensure that this does not happen, nor do I think we could defeat such a force even if we did stay. To fight would be to doom everyone, including us.
So Yeags kind of shrugs at that and says, "That do be the way of the Reach. There be people that come in and take over for time to time, but they be outsiders, this not be their home. They be willing to send men and people and money. They be willing to turn their magics until those at home be wondering why they be sending more people to die at places they not be hearing of. This be our home, and we will be here, long after any invaders come and try to take it from us."
And what of the civilians and their homes?
He shrugs at that and says, "I be thinking that they could go to this safety. Those be willing to stand and fight. I be staying with them." You can tell there's sort of a measure of, he doesn't think anyone should fall under the category of people that would leave, but he's also not against people running, and only the people that want to staying with him.
Then I think the best course of action, I'd say this out loud, I think the best course of action would be Yiggs, come with us, or not Yiggs, sorry, Oil and Water, come with us. We will see if a diplomatic approach will work. Those that wish to flee should start prepping, and those that wish to stay and fight should start preparing. And based on how the diplomatic approach goes, we can then split up into the groups. Those that wish to stay can stay, and those that wish to leave can leave.
We need an assurance from those who wish to fight that they will not do so if the diplomatic mission succeeds, though.
I don't think Yiggs is saying that they want to fight, just that they're gonna stay and not run.
Okay. If that's
And-
the vibe.
And yeah, Yiggs will basically say, Yiggs does not believe that anyone can take the town and hold it forever. He thinks that eventually the people that live here will throw out any sort of foreign control. I need to go get my daughter again. Be back. But it sounds like we're going this. I will say that once this gets put forward by Drock, could you give me a diplomacy check, please? But it's pretty likely that, Oil and Water is definitely for this. Yiggs is against it, so Dakron is going to be the sort of deciding vote.
Wait! I have a power.
Oh yeah, please use power.
It's my time. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. There. Boom.
Nice.
Nice.
At least one of us rolled well.
Okay, so 21. Yeah, looks
Yeah.
like. One second.
Rolled a freaking 1.
So we only needed a moderate DC, so the +6 is definitely enough to push it over the edge. Dacron was not super hard to convince to kind of back your all's plan, and he will kind of throw his vote in with saying that yes, he and Yiggs can stay up back and help the people prepare, and then Oil and Water can go with you to go and negotiate with the church. Oh, really? So, what else? What next? Anything else you guys needed to talk to the lords about or do in the chambers before we go to the next scene? Doesn't sound like it. So, after this happens, Dacron will, get everything, finish up this sort of formalized meeting. People will kind of usher things away. Oil and Water is going to take 2 of her assistants, 2 people from her household with her, and go with you to go to the edge of the city, where the down ship is. Are you guys planning on hopping on your ship and then flying over there? Are you walking through the city? How are you guys getting there? Are you doing anything between here and going to the Dancer's Edge?
There was conversation of having a chat with Clotho.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
I thought that was just me asking Clotho what she wanted to do, and she said she was going to stick with me.
I don't think Clotho wants to talk anymore.
Clotho doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone else. Like, doesn't have a problem talking to Drock, but I mean, she's made herself invisible and completely silent behind her veil. So, not that you can't talk to her, but it's sort of the equivalent of someone walking away from the table while you're like in a conversation. From her perspective, the conversation's over. Yeah. So, you guys head out. Outside, you see the captain, who kind of looks at all of you all. He looks a little confused at first. And then, as you guys are coming out, he says, "So the power is staying within the household, yes?" He kind of looks around, seeing, the group plus Oil.
I don't know if I even... I'll say that telepathic to the group. Like, I don't know if we want to tell him that it's leaving.
I think it's disrespectful not to.
That is true.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll address the captain. I'll say, the power will be coming with us. I do not believe you are required to stay, though I believe that they would appreciate a bit more help. We are going to go negotiate with the church to see if they will stop attacking. Failing that, there will be people who will go with you to the other plane if that offer is still on the table.
Meaning no disrespect, he turns from looking at you to speaking to Oil and Water and then bowing very slightly. My company and I were not here to protect your people or this town. Not that you've been anything but polite and respectful hosts, and have been a nice welcome reprieve for my men and women and I. However, our duty, commanded to us by Lord Aegis, is to escort and protect the power contained within. If you are taking it with you, then the 414 goes with you.
So they're going to come with
Do you
us?
have transport? Is there room on the ship for them, or like
You have no idea how many there are.
how many of there are you? How many of you are there?
He smiles and says, "We have the full auxiliary complement, ma'am. Me, 12 regulars, 1 second, and 1 Nira."
15.
Okay,
If I could
we
do
can
quick
accommodate
math.
that many on the ship.
I'll turn to Oil and ask, does this, I'll ask him first. Are the people here still able to go to the other plane, or is that not available anymore?
He frowns a bit at it. Well, the offer was made that if the child and the power it represented would prefer to be kept somewhere a little safer, that them and any who wish to follow would be able to take refuge within the Lord's Tower. He thinks about it for a second. The offer was not explicitly for just the people without the power. It is something that is above my pay grade. I would have to ask one of the legats and see if the legates and see if one of them would vouch. But I don't believe, outside of some sendings and some paperwork, it would be too much of a problem.
I'm thinking of making this a requirement for them to travel with us.
So I'm still trying to make sure that our original plan of, if diplomacy fails, can the other people still go and hide, basically? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I have no problem them coming.
Like, he said it wasn't initially the plan, that it was kind of contingent on the Clotho going with them, but that he reckons he could probably make it work.
Right. So
it would just take it, he'd just have to ask his boss, basically.
Yeah, so I just want to ask Oil, with this new information, do you think we should adjust our plan or continue forward as is?
If the captain believes that he can secure us passage, then I can make assumptions that this can happen. Do you have any problem that if the requirement as it stands is that he would need the power, the child, whatever, to go with us? And you see her kind of messing around with, no one's really told her the name yet, so you can tell that there's this sort of awkwardness that she's not heard the name Clotho yet, and so she doesn't really know how to refer to her. But would it be difficult for you and her to come with us until we were all settled in place, and then he'll go from there?
I'll ask. I don't know. That's a hard.
How long would it take? Definitely willing to do that, but not if it means that we're going to spend, if we have to spend more than a day doing this, then that's a problem.
Yeah.
How many people live in Three Trees?
I'd have to look it up again, but I think it's 1,200, 1,400, somewhere there.
And how many people can our ship accommodate? And also, I'm going to ask the captain,
40?
What means of transportation were you planning to use to get them there?
This town is able to have a half a dozen, at least, comfortably fit through their spin disk. And I've got a Mistress of Scrolls with me, my second, that could use our Narat to widen the gateway for a short period of time. I imagine we could get all of them through in under a seal.
Oh, so like just over an hour, right?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And the Ascendus does interplanar?
I'm sure the people here have the capability of
No.
making it interplanar.
Yeah, so the answer is no, it's not interplanar. You guys would know that you guys would know that it is an intraplanar disk. It can't leave the plane. And his answer is basically we have a thing that we can do that would make it interplanar and get us to where we
Oh,
need to be.
right. Okay.
What is a Nasrat?
So he kind of scrunches up his face a little bit and goes, one of the Narat, Muta Itun.
Sorry, Gary, one sec. My apologies. Is everyone else getting like a massive amount of like weird feedback?
Hang on.
Yes.
Okay,
It's over now. It's my wife opening and closing the garage door.
got it.
So he says, one of the Narat, the Muta Itun, is our auxiliary charge, a creature that is maintained by my company that is able to do some interesting things when it comes to planar transportation.
Would I have any idea what he's talking about?
So at this point, I would ask for clarification what he means by Muta et Tun, because Morin would be confused.
He says, it's. He licks his lips. It's not a person, I don't think, or it doesn't have the same thing as sentience as us. It's a type of construct, I think, a living construct of some kind, and they have the ability to weaken or ignore planar boundaries. They also are hell on enemy spellcasters. Our company has one, and it is maintained by Iminrak al-Marib, our second. And she makes sure that the thing doesn't cause any specific problems. He kind of gives Oil a strange look. She smiles very awkwardly and says, I appreciate the captain keeping it out of the sight of the townsfolk. When it was sighted, there were some concerns that we might need to deal with it. Yes.
What does
It's
it
easier to see than to properly explain.
What does it look like?
He says, it's about 7 feet ish. He gestures with his hand. This tall. I think it probably is somewhere in the 1,500, 1,600 pounds, and it's made of some sort of mirrored crystal. Although the crystals and mirrors do not necessarily move together when the creature is in motion or drifting either within a plane or outside of a plane. So he gives you, basically it's humanoid-esque, but he kind of says that it's sort of like a golem of some kind.
Okay.
He takes a deep breath and says, well, if we are going, then, like I said, it's easier to show you.
I'll ask
Horrible.
telepathically, would having it visible make our position with the church stronger?
I imagine they'll be aware of its presence.
Are you saying this out loud, or was that telepathically?
I was thinking telepathically.
Okay.
Well, I guess I could just ask out loud.
But
See what
it's
the captain
also
says.
it's already on their ship, from what I understand.
So he said they was going to send it nearby to make sure no one got away.
Got it.
So the captain, after that's been established, says, gestures up towards your ship that's flying above the city. Up or out? And then he points up to the ship and then points out, like pointing down the street to where the Dancer's Edge is parked.
I think walking may be easier and potentially easier to get to a bargaining table and less direct threatening.
So
Sure.
yeah, that's what we're doing. So you guys start walking. Pretty much as you guys start walking along, you hear the captain kind of snapping, gesturing towards people. Two of the other Genasi soldiers. Yeah, you're going to hurt yourself. Please do not. All right, fine.
Is that what he told the soldiers?
Yeah. My daughter has repeatedly hurt herself on this drawer, but we were too young for cause and effect, so she's going to keep doing it. He gestures towards people to kind of come with him, and then kind of as you guys are walking, he will say, by the way, Captain Kaid of the 414, Flintman. He holds out a hand to shake with probably whoever's been talking the most, so probably Drop. So holds out your hand to shake.
I will introduce myself and the party, and I'll continue the trend of Morin being captain and introduce him as the captain.
Okay. So he nods and listens along, and he says, so, we heading out here? If you've not dealt with one of the Narat before, sudden movements, highly recommend against. Move with purpose. You don't necessarily have to move slowly, just try to think about where you're going before you go there. It might be an unusual thing at first, but you'll get used to it after a little while.
So now that I'm like this close to Clotho, can I just communicate with her like telepathically, or is it still out loud?
Well, she's physically there and would have no problems being brought into the teleportation circle, or not teleportation, telepathy circle with one of many if one wants to do so. That's how you guys communicate, is telepathically. But you don't have a specific link, just you to her. Like you would, there's nothing about being the knight that makes you able to talk to her without speaking.
Okay, that's fair. One, do you want to bring her into the telepathic circle then?
Sure.
And then I'd like to just ask, have you dealt with the Narat before? And is there anything that you would like us to be aware of?
Is this talking to Clotho?
Yeah, Clotho.
So she says, not a name I'm familiar with, but it also doesn't resonate with any sort of power. Maybe this is something with a changed name or something new. She shrugs. I'm not sure. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Interesting.
So either she knows it by a different name, it's not something she's familiar with, or it's something that's new.
Okay, I'll ask the captain, the Narat, is there a name that it used to go by? A more ancient name?
More ancient name? I don't know. There's a bunch of names for strange things. These things, I've heard them called the Narat. I believe Nira is their appropriate full name, and then they each have their own specialization within it. Sort of like how many of us talk about our... He thinks about it for a second. Parents' names, familial names. They're more of a... Nira is a category. Narat is the type that we have. And more ancient names? No. To be honest, I know as little about it as I need to. I know roughly what it can do, and I trust that the company Ibn will tell me if I'm wrong about its tactical capabilities, and if there's some other weirdness I need to take into account.
Thank you.
the captain doesn't seem like he's being like not forthcoming with information. Like he does seem like he was trying to like rack his brain for an answer for you, but it's something that he genuinely just doesn't like. He cares about what it is now and his tactical capabilities, but like the history of the creature is just not something that interests him.
Yeah, which came across, in the answer.
This did he use the term Ibn?
He did.
Teacher?
Scholar.
Scholar, yeah.
So it's about a 20-minute walk going towards the edge of town, going out to where the ship is landed. After about 20 minutes, you'll see that there's a bigger contingent of the soldiers. You guys are going to get most of the soldiers through walking through town and through the captain sending for his men. So you guys are going to have about 12 of the 414 with you by the time you make it to the edge of the town. Including the captain and another person, a woman that looks almost completely human at the edge of town. And if she doesn't move, then you're pretty certain like she could pass for human. But there's something wrong with her face. Like it's like she's wearing bad makeup or too much makeup. And then when she moves and salutes and starts to talk, you can tell she is very much not human. She's Genasi. But she's a pretty rare type of Genasi that most of you guys have probably never seen. The only person who's likely seen one of these is Morin. She's what's called a sand soul Genasi. And so her face, when she moves and talks and stuff, it's like she's a sculpture made out of sand. And that sort of strange graininess in her face is something that kind of makes it obvious that she's not human. But she doesn't have like flames for hair or lightning crackling through her skin or something else that a lot of the other Genasi are very, very obviously Genasi. She is not. So she will hand to her chest, salute the captain as he gets closer. It's not on her picture, but she does have a bandolier of scrolls across her chest. And you guys actually saw her very briefly when you guys left last time. She was in the portal room and had gestured to you guys to go ahead and leave through the spend disc when you guys were in Three Trees last time.
Who was the one who identified us as, having met Aegis and being okay to leave?
That was one of the soldiers that is not here right now. So neither of the two of these guys, neither the captain, he was the one that kind of engaged all the soldiers and went to go talk to the Lord. And then she was the one that was inside the portal room when the other guards were outside.
Okay.
So she salutes the captain, and the Captain Kaid sort of motions for her and says, "Second, these," and then he very quickly goes through introductions, generally just first name. That's this person, this person, this person, this person, and says, "We're going to be going on a little trip. Have you sent our pet out to go and look?" And the woman, still bowing slightly, says, "Yes, Captain. The Narat is searching still. There were some magical signatures that it was consuming in the areas nearby. I believe some attempted escape routes, although we've not had to kill anyone yet." He smiles and says, "Of course, excellently done. We don't want to have to kill anyone, but sometimes people force our hands." And he looks towards you. "Friends of Aegis, this is Emin Marak al-Marabid, a genius of a woman, and the only reason that I still have command." The woman gives a slight smile and says, "The captain is too kind. I'm merely a handler. It is a pleasure to meet each of you."
Real quick, would it make sense to do the history revealed now, or should we wait?
We could do it now because it probably would make sense for what happens. Like this might be information you want to have for going into the discussion. So what I would like to do is we'll take a little bit of a longer break here. I need to go and get my daughter some food. Hi, yes, that's you, food. And then we'll come back and start with the history revealed stuff, and then we'll get back into approaching the ship. So we'll be gone until 20.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
I will be back.
BRB.
All right, so we will take a pause during this this walk out towards the ship to do the results of the history revealed for the unconscious Thurge of the Superstition's End. So one of the things that you're going to find out as the ritual completes is the Thurge has some sort of warding on him preventing divination. It is reasonably strong. If you guys remember when you tried to do divination on the judge that came aboard the ship that would go after Syl, there was a similar thing. The judge had a ward on him that prevented divination, and back then you guys weren't powerful enough or didn't make checks high enough to be able to penetrate the ward in any way. That is not true here. Your check result, your level, you're strong enough, your magic and ritual is strong enough to penetrate the ward. However, the ward is going to still affect the outcome. Effectively, it gives a minus 50. Whoa. One second, hang on. Okay, so the ward. The way that the ward works, or the way, at least the one that's on this guy's body works. Ramen. What is your actual bonus? One of many. The actual bonus to the check that you made.
I have a plus 18 to Arcana.
Cool. So you're barely strong enough to penetrate the defenses. It gives a minus 15 to any check. And if the modifier on the die or modifier before the die roll is 0 or lower, then it completely prevents the ritual from casting. So if your static mod was lower than 15, it would have stopped the ritual entirely.
Gotcha.
So since you were the result would be you do your check plus 3. You still get it, but it'll be at a reduced effect. So instead of getting 4 scenes, you're going to be able to get 2 scenes. So the two biggest defining events? Hang on, what's the wording of history revealed?
Good question.
She can
Most
ask
pivotal
5
creature
questions.
history.
See the most defining moments of the creature's life.
Yes. So you would get, rather than the top 4, I think, you get the top 2. So, and they're in order from least to most, right? Most important to least, other way around. So the first one will happen first. The most important one happens first.
Can you imagine if we got the 2 least important events of his life?
You're going to get the 2 most important regardless. Like the penalty to the check wouldn't take off the like other things. I meant as far as like the 2 scenes that you get, which order I tell them in.
Oh, right. Okay.
I had it backwards. So from the perspective of which points are the most pivotal to him, the most important event happens first, and then the second most important event happens. So the most important event that you will see is the Thurge as a young man, and you would recognize that the Thurge was a water soul genasi at some point, or it might have been a caustic soul, either water or acid as its element, but one of that sort of water category of genasi, and he is kneeling in this pool of tar, this black ooze that is all around him, that is seeping into him and is slowly taking out the liquid of his body, the water soul nature of his body, and replacing it with this magic tar. And so he's partially submerged in this pit. And you can see around the edges of the pit, the edges of an incredibly complicated ritual circle. He is undergoing some sort of ritual, and you can tell from the way that it's designed that it is a willing ritual. So he is choosing to undergo this process, and you can tell that it is incredibly painful for him as his body is transmuted from being one type of genasi to another. Morin, you would have enough information to recognize this is the transformation of a genasi into becoming a void soul. It is not something that is really done or talked about that much. So this is a event you'd be familiar with in essence, but the particulars of it would not be familiar to you. And as he's sitting there, he's trying to endure the pain of it. You see, he looks up and sees this enormous fire elemental. It looks like it's well over 50 feet tall, and has below it instead of legs, a cloud of electrified magma. And he has this kind of bronze armor with this turban that is covered in gold and jewels. And while it is very clearly something that's somewhat similar to Al-Shaib, the differences are pretty plain. Al-Shaib looks mostly human-ish. Like, he looks like he's humanoid, although he has more genasi features a lot of the times. All right, I'm going to have to pause for a second because my daughter's being weirdo. 1 second.
Sure. Do we know what a void soul genasi is?
Morin. What do you want to know?
What is it?
It's a particular manifestation, and he can draw out the magical essence in other genasi, and maybe other magic users in general.
Mm. Are there any like naturally born void souls, or are they always converted?
That I don't know, but they are exceedingly rare.
Mm.
The official church stance is that all of them are naturally born.
Mm.
Rumors as to a ritual existing that converts a genasi into a void soul are false.
This is a juicy bit of information then.
Now, it being the church, when they say born, do they mean naturally reborn? Because that's the terminology they like to use. Or born again, if you will.
The creature that you see, again, has some sort of superficial similarities to Al-Shaib. Why? Stop. Hi. Has some superficial similarities, but it doesn't really have much of a humanoid appearance. Hi. You need to chill. He has poking through the turban. There are great horns. He has all of his teeth look more like teeth you'd expect to see on a deep sea fish. They're all sharp and very thin. His lips are bright blue with paintings and markings all over his body. While many of you would be able to kind of hazard a guess as what this thing is, Morin has made an excellent check and knows that this is an Ifrit.
Yeah.
And so the scene is the Ifrit is doing this ritual and is converting Rajul into becoming a void soul genasi. That is his most defining, most pivotal event that has happened in his life.
And are there known to be Morin Ifrit throughout Sanctuary?
So, to answer that question, I have a question first for Gary, which is an Ifrit an elemental?
Yes.
Then my answer to you, one, would be no.
Are they so rare that you would hazard a guess who this Ifrit is?
I don't think Morin would know who this Ifrit is, but I think what would confuse more and the most is that this Genasi would be having an elemental do this to him, because that would not jive with church doctrine.
Correct.
I
It
mean,
is inverse to official church stances.
Sorry, could you repeat that? What's the opposite of church?
So the church believes that elementals are inferior,
Right.
like beings, and we would be masters over them. And in this case, the Ifrit turning Rajul into a void soul would be the opposite of that, where the elemental is the one performing this on a Genasi.
Right.
so like, do the Genasi from Sanctuary at least, do they think of elementals pretty much as like beasts of burden? Do they attribute them to have like sentience and citizenship ever?
Definitely not citizenship. I'm not sure about sentience. I would presume so, because we have folks like the Ifrit and Al-Shayi.
But like, would they be surprised, or would they at least like act surprised that there's somebody like Al Shaib that's like a person?
I don't think so.
So the
Okay.
difference for church doctrine is that no matter how intelligent a elemental is, they don't have free will. And the
Mm.
fact that Genasis have free will, that means they have choice, they have control over their own destinies. That makes them superior to, and it also means that it allows them to bend the nature of elementals, and that's the way that that's considered natural because they're immortals. That's what they do. They have free will. They can use that free will on other things. It's not bad to enslave elementals because they don't have free will. Can you really enslave someone that has no free will?
Why have they come to
Do
this
you-
conclusion that there is
Do you
no free
remember
will?
that we had a similar conversation the very first time?
Hmm.
This was like literally session 3, so I
Oh.
don't really expect
Is
you.
it because they can't exist on our plane without being bound somehow?
That, and as far as we know, we have not encountered a single elemental that can go against its nature.
That can what, sorry?
That can go counter to its nature.
Right.
Like, there are things that Al-Shaib cannot choose to do
Right.
because it contradicts his nature. And he can't change his own nature.
So that idea, or a very similar vein, right? Like the people of the church would not explain it through the version of natures. That's not the terminology and the way that they would go about it. But that is the way that you guys have encountered it a bunch, is creatures going against their nature. And they would say, yeah, that's basically the same thing. Although a lot of the individuals that you've spoken to treat that sort of capital N nature as a separate thing, and the church is just like, no, they're kind of like animals, right? They have instinct, they have a way that they are, right? But they don't have like a basic understanding of ability to choose. Hey, today I want to do X, Y, or Z. They just they can consider them more like constructs, right? That even an
Right.
intelligent construct, it's still
So
operating
it's like
on
they think of them as like AI.
Yes. And there's nothing wrong with getting the AI to do whatever for you because it's an AI. It doesn't have real intelligence.
Mhm.
It has the appearance of intelligence. So, scene 1 is very clear cut what it is. Scene 2 is a little bit less clear cut what you're seeing. You know that this is a defining moment for him, but the exact reasons of why it's a defining moment so much, or exactly even what is happening, is a little bit more obscure. So the second scene shows a battle that's taking place somewhere underground. There's lots of markings that this is maybe some sort of underground temple or underground like palace or something like that. There's lots of banners and markings on the walls. You can see that there are deactivated wards. There's bits and pieces of things that, from his perspective, you can see as like magical items, like a magical fountain that gives purely clear water, things of that nature. Not like, +5 swords or something like that. More like the types of magic that like nobility would have as par for the course, right? Sort of the amenities of magic that you would sort of expect on like the Super Citizens Inn, right? It has a bunch of these things, like the table, it just gives food of whatever kind of food you want. That sort of thing is what's in this place. And there is this full-on like magical war happening between these several sides, and everyone involved seems to be Genasi. There's forces that are fighting against, there are forces that are fighting with the Thurge. And he is very clearly much older at this point. He's not the old man that you saw, and you see him sort of popping in and out of reality. It's a little bit more of a controlled measure than it was previously, and he can still clearly see and move a little bit faster. So this is, between the initial scene and current day. And then you can see that this is sort of the end part of a battle. And the soldiers kind of have surrounded one particular Genasi. And you see the Genasi that's been surrounded does something. There's a shimmer in the air. And then you see the guy like confused, holding up his weapon, being like, no, it's not. And then he holds up his hands, and the Genasi around him stab forward with spears and kill the one in the middle, except for one of the people in the ring doesn't stab forward and then turns around and runs. You can tell from his perspective, what just happened is the one that was surrounded like swapped places somehow with the ones that were capturing it. And the Thurge was able to recognize that, and he comes up behind it, grabs hold of the back of the Lightning Soul Genasi, back of his head, and then draws out his magic, like pulls the lightning out of his body that seeps into the Thurge's hand. And when he does that, you see the person he's holding sort of shift and change. There's this strange kind of cloying magic around them, and the illusion of the Lightning Soul Genasi fades, and you can see he's drinking the magic of this person. And the person looks like he turns around, but it's more like the torso turns around, and you see the hands on the person turn backwards and grab hold of him and claw at him with these heavy hands that are covered in long tipped claws. And the hands and arms are covered in alternating bands of orange and black fur. And as he gets kind of like clawed and messed up a little bit, you see the person that looked like a Lightning Soul Genasi now looks like a person who's part man, part tiger. And he has these glowing golden eyes, kind of like a Deva. And the tiger person, you can see, is trying to hold on to the bits and pieces of its illusion. He flicks his backwards facing hands for a moment, like he's trying to call up some sort of energy, and then gets this kind of snarling, confused look on his face. And then the Thurge from the ground puts his hand on the ground and activates a magic circle in the room, confining the creature. And then the other soldiers come and capture him, and you see the tiger creature trying to escape from the circle, trying to escape from the trap. And then the Thurge continues forward, and then the tiger guy can't get out. The Thurge walks into the circle with him after surrounding himself with a protective barrier of dark magic, and then holds on to him, drinking the tiger person until he kills them. And that's the end of that scene. So, scene 1 is the creation of the Void Soul. Scene 2 is the draining death of the tiger person. What questions, if any, do you guys have about those two scenes?
Are we familiar with there being tiger people?
There are what are called henjei, which are like people that have spirit animals, sometimes born into people in the Reach. It seems reasonable since there's like, raven people and cat people and all that sort of stuff. The henji can be pretty much any animal. It seems reasonable that one of them could be a tiger as their spirit animal. I'll type out that name real quick. And you guys, if you want, can look up the race in the compendium.
Like we saw Ayari turn into the fire cat. Was it like
Mhm.
that? Or is it different?
No, it looked more like an anthropomorphic tiger. Let me see.
Okay, so this is like a race that we're now learning exists.
I did a check for you, and it seems like what you would expect a tiger henjei to look like.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll see if I can put this up here. I'll put it in prosperity real quick. I wish I had time to do a different thing because I had forgotten about this, but that is not exactly what the guy looks like, but pretty close.
Would
It's the furry race. It's Hinko Yokai.
would Morin know enough about Rajul's history to like have heard about this kind of event? Like,
Let me do.
Like a Crusades.
These
yeah,
old
like,
war stories.
or
kind of
like
thing.
if this was something that like gave him recognition in Sanctuary because
Could
it
you
was
put your token on the map for me? Make it easier for me.
sure, yeah.
Go ahead and check real quick.
Uh,
So I'm trying to get my daughter to go to sleep at the same time. So you know that Rajul's basically his rise to power was by like back in the day, like 30, 40 years ago. There were a bunch of different competing ideologies within the church. The church was very fractured. And there were sort of intermittent skirmishes and stuff from the different sects within the church. And the rise of the current sect within the church, what was now called the Orthodoxy, the rise of the Orthodoxy, was due in part to the really brutal suppression of the other sects of the church, and basically giving you're either with us or you're dead to
mhm.
a lot of other people. It's pretty reasonable to assume that this is one of those moments, the deletion of one of the other factions of people in order to create the Orthodoxy.
And the Orthodoxy would be the ascetic faction, and then there is the cleanser faction that sometimes has the like not public support of the church.
Correct.
Okay.
If those things existed back then, you would assume that this scene, the way that things were handled back then, aligns much more with the way that cleansers do things than with the Orthodoxy, than with the ascetics. So
Mhm.
the ascetics are the much more politically correct, might not be the right word, but the more supposedly friendly and civilized of the groups, and the cleansers are
They're kind of like the CIA Black Ops of the church.
Yeah. It's more like it's more like the conservatives and the progressives. So the cleansers want a progressive, different change of the church, and the Orthodoxy, now that they have created the Orthodoxy, they want things to stay the way that they are now and the way that they were created since the initial wars for the Orthodoxy at the beginning of the church, which was again like 30, 40 years ago. So the short answer is this scene is not like it's that moment from that time, but you are able to be like, yeah, it's probably one of these events that happened during this whole time of sort of interreligion war.
The troubles.
Yeah, the troubles of the early church. Any other questions about these things before we kind of hit play again on what's happening in real time?
Would I recognize who the Ifrit is or be able to identify them?
So I did make a check of that for you. You would not be able to recognize the Ifrit. It didn't have any markings on it, and you've never seen one. I mean, it had markings on it, but nothing that was identifiable.
Right.
That being said, you've basically never heard of an Ifrit being in contact with the church. So there is a reasonable assumption there that there's probably not likely too many Ifrits dealing with church and its sort of higher ups.
Yeah.
So when we saw the Thurge draining the Hengiokai, like, do we know how a Void Soul works? Like, would that have given him like permanent changes?
Yes. Right, as far as like when you say would what have given them permanent changes?
Like he killed the tiger guy by absorbing his power. Like, would our knowledge of a Void Soul Genasi lead us to believe that he now has some tiger related power?
That is strongly in the area of rumor.
Okay.
Yeah, rumor is they can steal your powers and use your own powers against you.
But like, is it temporary or long term? I guess is the question.
The person whose knowledge and whose check results best support this is Morin, and Morin's not necessarily sure that even that part of it's true.
Okay.
The fact that Void Souls can take your power, that part is definitely true, and use it for their own benefit. He's never seen anything like that, and nothing that has been like confirmed is actually working like that. So he's pretty sure that part of it is actually propaganda.
Okay.
Now I feel like I need to go back to the chat logs and see all the powers he used.
I know.
Anything else before we hit play again?
Okay, one more. So in the compendium, it says that the Hengiokai are tied to the Feywilds. Is that
Yes.
something I would know is true in our campaign?
Yes.
Okay.
So the Henji tend to be created or tend to be born with a Lairk that is so powerful that it changes who they are. So like
Okay.
a Henji could be born to like an orc family, and a child might be born with a Lairk with a connection to like a crow spirit that's so powerful that they're born part crow.
Okay. Gotcha.
Any other questions?
Not for me.
Cool. So getting back to the introduction of Imin Marak al-Maribid, whose short version is Marak. So Marak welcomes you, gets the short introductions, and then we'll kind of go with you a short distance. You guys can see the ship, which is grounded maybe 200 yards away. There are people on deck of the ship, but you can tell that there's nobody kind of out and about. Standing on a stone just on the edge of the water, there is one of the only soldiers you've not seen yet, and you guys would recognize that this is the one that earlier asked, like, who was the one that identified you guys as people like Aegis. That person is standing on the stone watching the crew and is being very obvious about the fact that he's in full sight of everyone who's aboard the ship. I will say, as you guys continue to walk forward, Foxy, you start to get this weird ringing in your head, kind of like feedback, like stuff that you've had when there's been like malfunctions on the ship, like the alarms on the ship. But it doesn't sound like a klaxon. It's just a ringing that is getting somewhat painful.
Is it from this? I presume this thing that is doing its thing.
Don't know. What do you want to do about it?
Plucky system diagnostic.
So if you're asking Plucky is the ship, and the ship will say,
Mhm.
all systems normal. It'll give you a full report of like, this is how much energy we have, this is our location. Like, it would say more than that, but
What is the name? Sorry, what was the short name of the person who's in control of the construct?
Marak.
Marak. Yeah, sorry. I would ask, does your charge teleport by any means?
Yes, it has the capability, and something of the way that it moves is similar to teleportation.
Is it doing it now?
It is approaching, yes.
Okay.
You can see that Marak, as you guys have gotten closer to the ship, has pulled out from a little pouch a little it kind of looks like a cube with the corners rounded off of some sort of mirrored crystal. And she's sort of like very lightly like spinning it in her hand, like turning it over, kind of like someone tinkering with a Rubik's cube. So she says, I apologize if you've not been explained exactly what needs doing. You need to be intentional about your actions, about your emotions, or lack thereof. For most people, they find it easier to talk about what they're going to do, but it's not required by any means. A lot of times it's easier to say, I'm going to walk over there, and it helps stabilize your intentions and leads to less interference. The ringing is getting worse. Foxy, you're able to realize after the ringing is starting to get past the point of it's now being painful, it's not actually coming from the ship. It's coming from your helm. It's coming from the helm itself.
Hey, buddy. What's going on in there?
I sense something. You're pretty certain that the helm is trying to talk to you, but it's being disrupted or crippled somehow.
Oh. Hey, can you get your construct to stop affecting my helmet, please?
So, Marak says, I apologize if you have some sort of magics that could be interfered with. A moment. She spins the little disc in her hand, or the little cube in her hand, and you see different colors light up. And she says, Captain, permission to convert the entity into being non-threatening. The captain kind of looks towards you all, looks back. Well, just so you know, if we're going to need it to do anything, we're going to need to go knuckles and jawbones anytime soon. That it takes a little while for it to readjust, and it's a potent fighting force. Are you sure the people on that ship are actually surrendered? By the way, he's talking to you guys.
Yeah.
We assume so.
So he says, well, then just letting you know, if we are going to engage as the 414, we're going to choose to withdraw tactically if things get heavy and hot until our Narat is able to engage with us. Basically, he's saying if they turn it off of combat mode, they're going to run away and turn it back on before re-engaging.
Okay.
Sure.
Is there any way to prevent it from interfering with a specific person's magic, or is it all or nothing?
So Marak says it is very possible to get it to avoid interference with very specific things, but without knowing exactly what interference it's doing, it would be difficult for me to give the proper command. It doesn't think. I can't really ask it what it's doing. In the long term, if this is disrupting something you're doing and you want it not to be disrupted, yes. In the short term, no.
Could you just take the helm off of this portion?
The helm off? Would you put down your weapon?
Yes. if it was crippling me.
Is it gonna? Do I feel like it's gonna keep getting worse?
Yeah, I mean, it's steadily getting worse.
Okay, and this isn't affecting like the spear or Baneslayer or
Just
orb.
affecting your helm.
just the helm.
It's not affecting the
Orb.
stone that I have.
Not at the moment, but it does float around you. Do you want to grab it and see if it does anything?
Yeah.
So when you grab hold of the sphere that rotates around you, when you touch it, it sends this intense vibration up your hand. And if you keep holding it, it's going to basically numb your entire hand, maybe your whole arm.
Mm.
Can we touch the orb
release
and the
it?
helm together? Have we done that yet?
No, I don't think we've had a chance.
By our powers combined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get them in physical contact and see what happens.
Maybe
wanna do
not while they're like doing this though. Like
Do you
maybe
guys want
when
to do
they're
that right now, or is that a we should do this later type thing?
I feel like that's a we should do this when they're not giving us painful feedback.
Is
What do you-
Clotho okay?
Clotho doesn't seem to be paying any attention to what's going on around her. She's just changing faces, kind of looking around, almost like you guys are all doing stuff. She looks like she's just kind of on a nice breezy walk, like she's walking through a garden. She seems mostly oblivious to what's going on around her.
The Clotho oxygen is marijuana, and she is living her best life.
Yeah, so she looks like she's living her best life. Maybe if we were in the world, we'd expect her to be some sort of photographer making influencer pictures for Instagram, because when she's moving around, and she's in her normal form, there is this sort of constant tug to just watch her move. Even if you're not like attracted to women, you want to watch her walk. So yeah, I mean, what's the answer? Are you going to take off the helmet, or are you going to tell Mara to change it in off of combat mode?
I think
I'll take off the helmet.
Is the stone that Marak is holding, does it look like it's the same material that the helm is made out of?
It does.
It's
It
crystal,
does look
right?
like it's made out of the same sort of slightly like multicolored crystal, or like a crystal that looks like it's got prisms that sort of break up the light in it.
Would she mind if I handled it at all? Does it seem the way that she's holding it? Does it seem like it's like really special, or that she's particularly protective of it, or would she be? Does she seem like she would be offended if I asked to hold it for a moment?
She looks like she's actively using it, so it doesn't look like something that she may or may not be willing to kind of let you hold it. But it looks like it would be one of those things of like you very much expect her to say not now if you ask her right now. She's actively
Okay,
using it.
right. Yeah. Okay, so maybe later. Okay, yeah, I'll take the helm off. It's a. I feel like maybe what's happening is the thing is trying to control the construct and is inadvertently. I don't think it's actually the construct that is like affecting the helm. I think it's the control of the construct that is.
But the construct was made out of the same material too, right?
Is it?
Isn't that what we were told?
So it just sort of walks out of a cloak of invisibility in front of you guys, about 20 feet away from where you're standing. And Foxy, Griffle can, even holding the helm, can feel the sort of harsh vibrations of the helm in your hand.
Okay.
And this creature walks out. I can't direct people over there because I need both hands. This is the bottom
Oh.
right-hand side of the map.
That guy looks cool.
And while it's moving, it doesn't really look like that. Or you maybe could think that it looks like that, but it looks like more of an unassembled puzzle than anything else. Those things that you can see all over its body are like little interlocking or overlapping plates that kind of look like armor, but clearly the whole creature is made of it. And as the creature moves, it walks perfectly silently, sometimes with its feet partially above the ground and not touching, and at other times below the ground going through it. Most of the time it's on the ground or slightly above it. And it doesn't move in a way that even vaguely looks humanoid. It walks, but the different pieces of its body look like some of them are slow and trail behind the creature as little broken clouds of crystal, of mirrored crystal, and some of the pieces speed ahead of the creature. And when the creature pauses to kind of look around and kind of be purposeful about like moving a little bit, stopping, and then moving a little bit, when it stops, the kind of cloud of crystals in front of it and behind it coalesce into looking like that picture, into looking like what you see.
Cool.
Is
So
there any correlation to like when it's moving, the helm and the crystal orb vibrate more, or just it's always the same?
it's pretty much the closer the creature gets, the more the thing vibrates.
Okay, so it is definitely the creature and not the control then. The control crystal, I mean, yeah.
So the Narat gets close. It stops about 15 feet away. And then as it's standing like perfectly still with that strange looking, almost like half spear, half sword that it's holding in one of its hands, you can see the hand is kind of flipping back and forth between forward facing and backward facing. Like the whole body has the pieces that are like rotating and moving around. You can see while you're looking at it, the different pieces of the body, some of them look worn, some of them look brand new, some of them look like they've kind of had a little bit of damage or fine. The creature looks so much more like a collection, a collage of pieces than it does look like a single entity. You can tell there's some sort of psionic communication between the creature and Marak. And then Marak nods and turns to the captain and says, "The Narat says that everything is well enough. It is not needed to use any of its combat capabilities. None of the creatures on board have attempted to flee beyond initial scouting. It was able to turn them back by appearing and doing no hostile actions. The captain frowns and says, "Hmm. So either they know exactly what that is and know they can't deal with it, or they have no idea and they're trying to figure it out. Well, I guess it's time to go find out. We'll stand around and look menacing. You all lead the way."
So is there like a gangplank anywhere?
There isn't as you guys approach, but as you get closer, you can see several of the people on the decks do get a plank to put down to the ground to allow you guys aboard the ship. And as you guys go to walk up, you see there's several Genasi, but specifically there is a woman on deck that Morin recognizes. Tiny human, please relax. You should be asleep. Yeah, you should. All right. So you see a very young woman on deck, very clearly better dressed than everyone else, standing with her arms behind her back, somewhat at attention. Even though there's nothing on her that sort of obviously marks her as in charge, the way that people stand around her and the way that she's standing, you're pretty certain that she's the one in charge of the ship. She bows very slightly and says, "I grant permission for these gathered peoples to enter the dancer's edge and speak."
Is she within earshot of us at this point?
1 second, hang on. Apologize. I'm going to need. Give me until 20 after. I'm going to get her to actually pass out and put her down. So,
Sounds good.
No
she
worries.
needs your attention. Be right back.
No worries.
Harry knocks the baby out.
It's gonna give her a shot of brandy.
For a long time, I joked with my wife that we weren't allowed kids till they legalized trank darts, but that never happened.
Also, you guys have been a lucky charm for me. I've been doing old contented WoW while I've been
Did you get another?
I got
extremely rare mount?
Precious's ribbon.
Okay, so Foxy, I know exactly when I got that mount. I'm gonna pause the recording. Okay, go.
So, Alea kind of says that you guys can all come on board, and you guys all board the ship. I
And
assume.
is-
Or does anyone?
Is that his sister? Because you said he recognized her.
Oh yeah, that is his sister.
Oh, so she's
And we
in
recognize her
charge.
from
You
The
recognize, yeah, you recognize her from the vision. And you, I guess, you would also recognize the two Wind Soul Genasis that are behind her, like enough that they're kind of standing like guards. I know. I guess Josh is going to be the lead character here, so I kind of need to wait for him a little bit. But do people have any questions about? Oh, Josh, if you're back.
I'm
So
back.
your sister allows you to board the ship. You can tell from her, like looking over you all, that she doesn't recognize you.
Right. So does she like direct us to like captain's quarters or anything?
No, just has you guys, walk up the plank and onto the deck of the ship.
Inquisitor Alia, perhaps we can speak more freely in your captain's quarters.
So she frowns and says, "You could if the captain's quarters were a livable space at the moment. Those weaponries that you used have collapsed some of our ship's defenses, and the energies there are not yet contained. I can ward the area if need be." She gestures for the two people behind her that start doing a thing that you know is going to create a bubble of silence in the area.
Okay.
If
What?
you're game for letting that continue, she'll have the two people walk a slow circle around your all's group until it is the party plus Oil and Water Great Tree and Captain Kiad are the only ones there. The other legionaries stay kind of at the outside of the ship, slowly make a circle around the ship. And you see the Narat like moves up near where the ship is and then gets the attention of several people on the deck of the ship and then goes invisible.
Nice. What weapon did we use on this ship specifically?
I think we use the force weapon.
Yeah.
And
He basically crunched a big chunk of their ship.
okay.
So she wards off the area. The air around you sounds kind of weird and feels kind of close as one of those wards against eavesdropping. You can hear sounds from outside of the ward, but they're kind of muffled, kind of like you're inside of a building or like inside of a bar where there's like background noise that kind of blocks out stuff around you. I assume you are here to negotiate a surrender of my vessel. Your aptitude with your stolen ship is quite excellent, I must say. I was bested, as were the people in my crew.
So
We
now
prefer to think of it as liberated.
I nod fervently.
If you believe it is liberated, then that means you are likely to have liberated things aboard. I would ask if you have allowed any sort of the containments on that ship to be breached, that you reconsider how dangerous this could be, not only for yourself, but for many, many others. Proper control of the ship belongs to those who created it, who can properly maintain what is contained within for the good of all peoples.
So now that the circle of silence or whatever has been completed,
Mm-hmm.
I'll kind of relax, and then I'll just shake my head slowly. My pious younger sister Alia, ever dutiful to the church, you have no idea what you are doing here, do you?
So she sort of like starts for a second, and then she narrows her eyes when she looks at you. You, Orin?
She
But-
doesn't call me that.
Oh, she would call you your original name. Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
The DM, I know it's in your channel, but I'd have to look it up. Could you remind me the correct original name?
Yeah, Maritz.
Maritz.
Billy Bob Thornton.
So she says, Maritz? But Mother said you were dead. So she didn't lie, but she didn't really tell the truth either. Typical.
I nod, smirking. Your plague the church has engineered on board the Superstition's End is not released. Whatever is happening down in the town is completely unrelated. And Rajul tricked you and... Oh, what are their names? What are the names of the other Thurges? Or other captains?
The
I gotta pull
other.
it up.
Oh, do you mean Isin and Atifal?
Yeah. Isin and Atifal. Into coming here to destroy the city just to bring the end back under his control. How far into your private conversation were you when we arrived?
So she gives a strange look. Private conversation?
Was he not aboard the Dancer's Edge when we intervened?
Rajul has been a guest on the Dancer's Edge for a brief period of time. He arrived just before your ship did. I was going to go and speak with him and see what needed to be done. Do you have She kind of looks around outside of the little bubble of silence where the air is also slightly distorted. It doesn't look like it actually stops you from seeing through. It's kind of like a slightly frosted glass. She looks at some of the people on deck. You never cared about politics when you were part of the family proper. Now you seem to. You've got spies aboard my ship to know such things.
No spies. Merely a divination.
She smiles and shakes her head. A bad lie, brother. Each of us is warded against such things. You would need something quite powerful indeed to penetrate, and I would know. She gestures vaguely towards her kind of chest, and you see in that little space between her shoulder pads and the dress underneath, little runes appear on her skin, and then they fade away. If you were able to divine me, I would have felt something penetrate the defenses.
Is there anything that was in the vision that would like very clearly indicate that we did?
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to find. I can't. It's not in the shared vision document.
it's in the Prosperity Master list, and then it's a different doc.
Yeah, it's a different doc because I had to share it separately in 2 different places. I should compile those to make life easier on people.
It's in the master list.
There we go. Well, if he hadn't actually arrived on the Dancer's Edge, then none of what happened in the vision would have occurred.
Yeah, so basically what happened in the vision is that he was in the captain's quarters and then she came in to see him. And so what she just said is he had gotten to the ship and she was debating how she was going to approach him before everything went to hell. So it was basically right before the vision was going to take place.
Mm-hmm. So what was the last thing you said? Sorry.
But what she just told you basically lets you figure out that you guys attacked their ship right before the vision was going to begin.
So perfect timing.
Mm-hmm. So I told her that the plague has not been released from the ship.
You did. Doesn't seem like she really believed you, but you did tell her that.
But that was part of the conversation that she had with Rajul, right? That what they were concerned about was the plague got out of the ship.
Right. So it's not information that she really knew. Not until the vision, which didn't happen now.
So why would she not believe me if I knew something that she didn't about this situation?
She didn't want to believe Rajul when Rajul told her. Like when Rajul was basically like, hey, you don't really understand what this is all about. There was a plague on the ship. It caused all these things. That was in the vision, new information to her. So she's getting that same new information just from a source that she doesn't have a reason to believe.
So what? I'll ask more telepathically. Ask her why she thinks she's here.
Okay, let me find. Hold on, I have a script.
Josh has been preparing for this moment.
I feel like it's one of those, make a plan, watch the plan fail, make a new plan moments, though.
And I think I'll intentionally adopt Rajul's manner of speaking and say, "Why are we here, Inquisitor Alelam?"
You are here because you have managed to sneak attack us, to strike us from nowhere.
I'll interrupt her. For the glory of Sanctuary, for recompense and for the recovery of property stolen.
She frowns at that, and then she can sort of tell that you're imitating her voice. I don't understand.
How will we know when it is time to return in glory?
We will return in glory once we have your ship recovered. Are you saying that you're doing something for the church? That this is part of someone else's plan? You can tell that she's taking this as like you're speaking in code, and like she's supposed to be picking up on some sort of like church politics with this conversation.
Yeah. Your words, they lack conviction, Alia. You know something is here and you are searching for it.
I know that people within the church hold and trade secrets like others hold and trade water. We've been told one thing, and I know there's something else here. If I can figure it out, then I think there's going to be great profit for me. Are you saying that you could make this not a disaster?
I could. You could. What do you know of the purpose of the superstition's end?
Officially, I know that it is to be the flagship of our church, the symbol of the glory of our progress, our mastery over the elements and the new magics and the new teachings. But I think what you're talking about is that there's something else, a sinister underpinning. I've been able to research a few things. There's, I believe, a powerful elemental or maybe enslaved person aboard the ship that either gives it power or gives it ability to hide things. It's supposed to have the ability to conceal itself from everyone except for the church. But since it was taken, there's been a change to its orders. Is there some faction within the church that allowed it to change control to you and this mercenary company you bring with you? She gestures towards everyone else around.
We do have control of the end. And having taken the third prisoner aboard our ship, I suspect that the limits of our control on the ship will no longer exist. But here, and I'll gesture to Three Trees, for what purpose were you brought here?
To recover the ship, simply put. It is an incredible asset to the city. Our fleet was supposed to come, and if we were able to get within range, the Thurge, Rajul, assured us that he would be able to regain control of the ship and we would escort it back.
But why here? Why not Hardholm?
We heard and spoke with the leaders of Three Trees. She looks towards Oil and Water, who's so far said nothing, and says, and they told us that the ship had gone to Hardholm. We sent ahead scouts that assured us as much, and we sent half of the fleet there. We were simply waiting to see if you returned, and return you did. Although we were ill prepared for the nature of your return.
So I'll step closer to Alia, and I'll try to look her like right in her eyes, and try to be very convincing and say, Rajul brought you here to annihilate the people of this city. And I need for you to ensure that will not occur.
Either diplomacy or intimidate, please.
Will be diplomacy.
Gary, would my encounter power be back up?
You used it for.
Used it when we were back in Three Trees.
Yeah, it's been a while, so it's definitely a different scene.
And
Nice.
Morin
Is that
will
a roll? or
use
did-
my.
It is a roll. How do you guess 6 both times?
That is
I
not
would-
a roll. That is
That's
a
not a roll.
stat.
Oh, okay.
So I'm using intimidate in place of my diplomacy check. But it is still. Is this it? No, wrong one. Influence.
Okay, so you're using your intimidate modifier, but you're actually making a diplomacy check.
Yes.
Okay. So, is insightful comment a power bonus? I don't actually know if it is. It doesn't say it is in that macro, but most of those are.
It just says a bonus in.
That's So that means you're making this check with plus 11.
Okay. I don't have the ability to add. Oh, yes, I do. Plus 11.
Should. Whew, hi.
Hey, I think would say you're pretty convincing there, brother.
Yeah, 49.
On a crit.
So what's hard
mean-
DC plus like 20?
I mean, what is so hard
She's
DC?
gonna
Hard DC for this check is 24, so that's hard DC plus 25.
Yeah.
she's gonna renounce the church, move to Three Trees, become the village nurse.
So basically, what I'm going to have this do, you are able to get like straight to the heart of it. You tell her this, and that moment of disorienting, right? That moment of like shock where she believes you. This is what's going to happen. You can sort of keep that going, right? So she's off balance, and the check will be like, if you can keep her off balance, you're going to be able to get a lot more out of her and get her to do a lot more things than you normally would, as long as you can sort of keep the ball rolling, right?
Mhm.
So you let her know this, and then she sort of like looks at you, she can tell that you mean it and that you have something else there. And as you get close to her, that weird sense of familiarity from the vision sort of sinks into you. There is this background familiarity of it's your sister, but there's another layer of it that's from the vision that when you get close to her, is pretty intense. And as she looks into you, she says, but why? Why would we kill all of these people? I mean, they've not done anything. There's no
Poisonous fruits leave poison seeds in ground that would be better left to fallow.
You mean that there were people here that would cause problems for the church? I could see why that would mean they would need to do things. But I'm in charge of this expedition. I wouldn't condone wholesale slaughter of a people.
And I'll just kind of look at her like, wouldn't you? And I'll say, Rajul can be quite convincing. And as always, you have been faithful to the church.
She bites her lip and says, "So your divination, it wasn't on me. That's why I couldn't sense it. It was on Rajul. Why he reacted so, why he jumped to your ship. He knew that his plans were that you'd found some way to find out. But you have divination that can penetrate the defenses of a master inquisitor? Where have you been, brother? What have you done?"
Well, and I'll start my impersonation of Iari. No, I'm kidding.
He's been drinking, carousing, and romancing large women.
The world is much bigger than we thought, sister, and much bigger than the church. But you are here, I am here, for things quite small. You know of the research aboard the Superstition's End. You know of the power that is contained there, and the fears about how it can spread. Rajul believed that cancer, or at least he would have told you, that cancer was in the city and needed to be destroyed, lest the church's reputation be tarnished.
Yes. And then she'll quote a line of the religious text, very similar to one of the ones that was used in the vision. And she kind of murmurs to herself, "I can see the chain of logic. I've staked a lot of my reputation on the success of this mission. It has failed now. I imagine you're not here to tell me that I'm now in charge. I'm now the third of your ship. But you're not killing my crew, and I don't think you're going to kill me. So what do you want?"
First, I think that my colleagues here want to see this city spared from further action by the church. I can assure you, having been a test subject in the lab on the Superstition's End and going through its documents myself, what is occurring in Three Trees is not the plague on board the ship. It is entirely unrelated, and a cursory examination of the sources of the power in the city will reveal that fact.
She nods. You could give documentation to support this, yes? Something that I could bring before them if I had reason to believe the head inquisitor was going to have me do something that could be proven to be incorrect, and I needed to resist him, then maybe the loss of one of our ships and many of its crew, as well as the damage that has been sustained to the other two ships of this part of the fleet, can be laid at the head of an overly zealous commander. You see the wheels spinning as she's sort of like walking through the line of logic.
You
Okay.
did have more of a hand for politic than I.
She smiled and said, "Well, you always had to be the smartest person in the room and let everyone know it."
Boy, do I like her.
You say that out loud, right?
Yes, I did.
And then she finishes that sentence by saying, "I don't mind other people doing all the talking as long as I'm the one profiting." Okay. Examine the source. Find documentation to prove that this is different. Research to show that this is what this is. If you could allow me to use their spin to Sanctuary, I could even get there ahead of the ship that would be heading back to a close port. I might be able to make it there right after their sendings arrive. Yes, no, I can do something with this. But what about Rajul? Is he going to turn up and be able to conflict with this report?
He will not be going anywhere.
Is there any chance that a piece of him could be going someplace?
Are you asking for that to be done?
She waves a hand and says, to be blunt, I know that him and some of the other well-to-do within the church have no compunctions going around some of the rules in regarding natural lifespans. And I know that he has some portion of his body, I believe a rib, that is preserved within the church to bring him back should you have killed him.
He will not die unless we have recovered said rib.
You have the means to contain a void soul?
Your research into what the Superstitions End is accomplishing aboard is limited to one of 3 or 4 initiatives. Yes, we have the capability.
Then if you can prevent Raj Jul from contradicting me, I should be able to use pieces to lay this at their feet. But it's going to be difficult with the end still at large. What do you want to
Will
do?
not be giving up the ship.
She kind of waves her hand. Obviously. But I can't go back completely empty-handed. I need something to give them. I can give them that the Inquisitor was going too far. Should be an easy sell. He's been very brutal as of late. There are people within the church, more conservative elements, that would like to see him ousted, but many don't have the political will or the backing to be able to get it done. If you can keep him gone, I can keep him leaving from being a problem and could be profitable for several of us. But the important thing is we are still here to capture that ship, a ship that you have stolen. I need something to tell them, or they're going to just keep going after it in different ways. If the ship remains here within the Reach, it's going to be something they'll eventually find.
I'll say telepathically, I don't think the church coming after the ship is an issue, as long as they're not going after 3 trees.
Correct. Yeah, I feel the same.
So are you going to tell her that, like, feel free to come after the ship?
Good luck.
Let him try.
Yeah, I think I'll say something to the effect of, your last attempt to capture the ship was probably your best attempt.
There are rumors that the Pontiff was allowing me this more traditional method to go and capture the ship before resorting to some sort of alternative measures. I do not know exactly what those alternative measures are, but there are rumors that the Pontiff has bound an incredibly powerful elemental, one that is so powerful it cannot exist here on the Prime. And if he was to send that after the end, then it could be very dangerous for you.
Do you have a suggestion for what you might say to buy us some time?
Well, I don't want to be proven wrong. So, if you feel confident you can defend your ship and give me some idea of where you will be, I might be able to lobby for a more traditional attempt. But that's only going to push things down a little bit. Eventually, I believe, if my efforts are fruitless, not only will I lose great favor and standing within the church, but the Pontiff will go to his measures. He will send whatever this creature is that he has bound, and the people that I've been able to contact that have some connection with knowing that it exists are fearful of acknowledging its existence. I find that those things tend to be pretty nasty customers.
Do you know what this creature is?
She kind of waves her hand. I have rumors, beliefs. I have deductions. I don't have anything concrete. The creature is rumored to be somewhere on the plane of elemental fire, and I have some indications of the contrary. Instead of it being in a place, she thinks about it for a second. You can see she's making little swirling motions with her hand, like she's flipping pages. And then she's going to use the name that I have to look up real quick. She's going to say the name, but it's in Primordial, and Morin would be able to recognize. She says the primordial name for the city of Brass.
Do we think it's the same one that gave the Thurge his void abilities?
Could be. Yeah.
Could be.
Can we speak its name? Do we know its name?
We do. Wait, no, we don't know the name
don't.
of the Ifrit, but we have, I think, a good guess.
I think we also have a good guess.
We?
The Freet that bound Al-Shaib.
Oh. Did Al-Shaib give us his name?
He did.
Maysan al-Hirik ben Sidir al-Samir.
Yep.
Is that something that you would say to her?
Yes.
So you say that and she nods along. I've seen that name. Yes. Do you think that that's the name of the creature that the pontiff has bound?
It could be.
Well, I might be able to do a little bit more research on my end with a proper name to be able to hunt down something. But that still was just buying us time. What's the end game? What's the piece that we'll need in order for this to not be a complete destruction of my entire career?
I mean, if you've got ideas, I'm happy to, do something, not fuck your career, but it's not a priority.
We, telepathically, she could say that if they don't stop pursuing the ship, we will spread news of this plague that they're developing, like, everywhere. Like, we could like hold it as a threat. They obviously don't want news of this to get out, right? So
Yeah. What is their relationship with Haven?
Is that a question for me, or who are you asking that to?
The universe.
So yes, you, Gary.
So the sanctuary's relationship. So there's different things here, right? So like the church doesn't have a real relationship with Haven because it's an entity it's like an organization within the city. But Sanctuary itself has not formally acknowledged Haven as being a free city. So their relationship with Haven is that it's a city in revolt still, and they are trading partners at some points with Endeavor. But yeah.
But Sanctuary also views it looks poorly upon the fact that Endeavor enslaves people.
Correct.
And they draw the contrast between enslaving people and binding elementals, as those aren't the same.
Like, they don't like that Endeavor enslaves Haven and that's a thing, but it's also not politically popular to oppose that. And since Haven is quote unquote the free city of Haven, they have not really proven to the world at large that they are the free city until they get contested. So a lot of the powers that be are sort of taking a very neutral stance towards the free city of Haven until it's like established that no, they are definitely their own entity. They're not just a colony of Endeavor that's in revolt that'll then be taken over. So like if you're openly friendly towards Haven while they are in revolt against Endeavor, you're sort of by proxy putting yourself in a bad favor with Endeavor. And if Endeavor takes Haven back over, well, then you've probably made yourself an enemy.
Okay. Because she did ask us if we could tell her where we would be so that she could say, I'm launching an attack. I wonder if it would be good or bad to bring them into the mix for our Haven situation.
It's already going to be a clusterfuck. You want to add...
I don't know.
I'm thinking that like this is actually a real geopolitical question of whether we want the church to suddenly get involved in a conflict between Haven and the vampire.
Specifically, a conflict of the vampires. I think Haven is just the battleground.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So do we want the church to show up and the vampires to be like, what the fuck is the church doing here? Or the
Mhm.
church to show up and be like, what the fuck are the vampires doing here?
Do we know how the Dasong and like the relationship between Dasong and Sanctuary?
No.
This is going to be a step way back, but do you know the relationship? Do you guys remember the relationship between Dasong and the church?
Mm-mm.
No.
The previous third
Oh,
of the
hang on.
superstitions.
Anne said something about it when she did her massive speech and turned Leader Vito into a ritual circle.
Yeah.
She said something about because there were representatives from the church at court, right?
The
Mhm.
previous third of the end was there.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hang on. Where's her speech? She said something about them. Conversations.
It's in
Lead of
Lead
the
of
toe.
It's it in Leader Vito, yeah.
So the DM is also looking because she actually did say something very explicit that you guys would remember.
Oh, she considers the church a blight on the continent.
Does she?
If the
Church.
council dislikes this answer, they can take it up with me in personal channels once I have cleansed the two blights upon this continent from existence. There's a hush over the crowd, and you see several people in the court look over towards the representative from Sanctuary.
Wearing his symbol of the Church of the Elements, yeah. This Church of the Elements has the capacity to cause problems for everyone.
So, who kidnapped one of the vampires from Dasong?
Sanctuary.
The church. Yeah. So the church was working with
Was that Marcel?
Marcel. Yep.
Yeah.
So to go way back, Marcel was on the Ship of Faith, and he was researching the door, researching the thing that would eventually take you guys to Celestia. And his research on there, he was doing a bunch of weird magic shit. And representatives of the church got very uppity that he was doing these things that were very anti-church doctrine and tried to get him to stop. He didn't do that. So they made a deal with the Self-Forged vampires that they would capture him and they would take him and his weird perverse magics to go back to Sanctuary to go under trial for heresy, basically. And then, either do something where they would execute him or they would hold him ransom and ransom him back to the court. Something like that would happen. But you guys intercepted him on the way back and brought him back, in which case now On had that moment of like, cool, the two blights on the land are the Church of the Elements, who stole one of my people and stuck him in a box and fucked people over, and the Self-Forged people. and then
Who
she
helped them do that?
correct.
Right.
Yeah. Tell them we're going to Haven.
Well, the vampires that are attacking Haven are anti-Desong.
Does it matter?
So the church showing up.
So like worst case scenario, we start a war between like the Court of the Night King, whose name I've forgotten. Churi. We start a war between like Churi and Sanctuary, and then we keep two enemies busy.
Sanctuary joins the war against the Desong.
Right.
Also, why does your sentence begin with the worst thing that could happen is we start a war?
Because what I was thinking is, if we can keep Sanctuary busy with something else, maybe they'll fucking forget about us. Well, not forget, but like maybe they'll just be too busy to do anything for ages, and then we don't have to worry about it.
Nice, Gary.
By the way, I'm really hoping, this is a complete aside, I'm hoping you guys feel the kind of tonal change as you guys are kind of getting to the end of Heroic, of like consciously making these decisions, right? Where this is maybe stuff that like you were doing shit in the background and maybe you knocked over something that knocked over something else, and so it caused a thing, but now you guys are actually engaged in bigger pieces.
We're making deals. So
You could just ask her outright.
Endeavor's not involved at all in Churi's action, right? Against Sanctuary.
Wait, say that again?
Endeavor isn't involved in Churi's action against Sanctuary, right?
I think you mean
Haven. Sorry, Haven.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when we had asked Gary about it, he was saying, or Margot about it. I guess same thing. She said that the Night King is attacking Haven because Haven has shown favorability towards the song. So this is a way of fucking over the song without actually engaging in open combat.
And who owned the army of ghouls that was like for hire?
That's Desong, but they agreed to not send them. So
These
That's
are other
why-
ghouls.
that's why this
Okay.
big guy is coming in from Turi.
Okay, yeah.
You could just ask her outright if she wants to get the church involved in a war with the vampires. If not, they might want to avoid searching for us for a little bit.
We just disabled your ship, but would you like to now make decisions way above your pay grade?
Way above your pay grade.
I don't really know how On Desong is going to like it if the motive of our action here is getting Sanctuary involved in a war against her.
No, not against her. Like, if they show up, right? If the church shows up and the vampires are there, I know it's the other vampires. But if everyone's just there, who knows what's going to happen? They're not going to fight with the vampires.
The church is like disinclined to be aggressive towards anybody else except us. So it wouldn't actually get them involved in anything, ideally, unless there was some kind of misunderstanding or a mistake. Like, it would just make our job fucking harder because, like, we're trying to get in and out without being noticed, really. Because, like, Gary's already told us if we go batter the gates down, we're going to lose, so we have to do this smart. We don't want to make this harder for ourselves.
If we bring the church over to Haven, that's the definition of subterfuge, right?
Yeah, the vampires won't know what's going on and we'll be able to sneak in.
I feel like this is a definition of Wasfilly Wabbit, really.
Yeah.
To be clear, kind of stepping back, because I know we're talking about a bunch of different things, which are all very valid in this instance. Like, we're not even really getting distracted. Her point of view, what she's asking is saying, all right, in the short term, what I can do for you is I can get them to not go after Three Trees. But in the longer term, I still need to come after you. I still need to do something. And she's basically making the case of the more that she can be seen as winning in doing whatever she's doing, the better she'll be positioned to help you do whatever it is you're doing. So her belief, which is pretty obvious to tell from the way she's talking right now, is as soon as her methods go out of favor, right? As soon as she comes out of favor as being the one who's in charge of this expedition to go and take back the Superstition's End, she thinks that it's going to be sort of a lose situation. She'll lose favor. It's bad for her, but also she thinks the Pontiff is going to take this creature and then just send it after you and completely destroy you.
Oh, right. On that note, what do we know the species of the creature, like what it is?
We think it's an Efreet.
Okay. I want to ask Clotho telepathically, like, if we encountered an Efreet with her, is she able to deal with it? Or assist?
She cocks her head to the side and then says aloud, which instantly startles everyone else everyone who doesn't know that she's standing there kind of has a momentary freak out. Like, just there's this woman's voice coming from nowhere. And she says, it would depend on what the Efreet was doing. If it was within my nature to resist, then yes. But if you, as my knight, get into some sort of trouble, it will be you that needs to get yourself out of it. A mortal knight that cannot deal with things is not very useful to its queen.
You're simping up the wrong tree.
Yes, I am.
I will say that you can tell, like, she's a little bit more distant and like cold sounding than she has been previously. But the entire time you guys have been doing this, walking, talking, everything, that sort of strange shifting facial and body language where like her body is constantly changing hasn't stopped. She's still doing it.
Yeah, she's still trying to figure out who she is.
Might need to do something to help her stabilize.
So the Inquisitor goes, What exactly was that, if you feel like sharing, dear brother?
That was the cause of Three Trees' boon. An ancient creature of the wilds.
One with impressive abilities to project itself or to hide itself. You can see that she's kind of very purposefully looking around.
Yes.
Okay. And it believes that this creature is an Efreet. Why do you believe it's an Efreet? You can tell that she's sort of talking to you, but she's kind of honed in on where the voice came from, roughly on the ship, and so she's speaking to Maurice, but she's actively she's facing, and her voice is going to the blank spot in her vision, at least where Clotho is standing.
A theory. Nothing more.
But that's just a theory.
Do we want to say it was from another divination done on the Thurge?
So we don't know that. We don't know that the Thurge in the vision was the Efreet that imprisoned Al-Shaib.
Got it.
We suspect it.
We do.
Yeah,
We also
no, good
don't
point.
know that the elemental the Pontiff has bound is an Efreet. But we also suspect that.
I thought you did know that because you would be able to recognize it.
Yeah, but we don't know if it's all the same one. The one from the vision and the one Al told us about.
Yeah.
Right.
We
and what
also don't
she's
know.
talking about.
The only thing that we have heard is from Alia here, and that's that the Pontiff has a very powerful elemental that can't enter the Prime.
It's in the city of Brass. Do we know anything about that?
Well, that
Or
was
the
one of
plane
the
of
two.
elemental fire.
Yeah.
But have we heard about the city of Brass in any other context?
I thought so.
You could do a knowledge check. Who would want to be trying to think about that? Let's look real quick.
I thought it
could
had come up
use
before.
tokens, please, to make my life a little easier. Would appreciate
So I do what, Gary?
tokens on the board so I can do checks a little easier. Because I have been making checks, but it's very annoying to click your guys' sheet and then make the checks.
Oh, I did. I'm under the black thing.
I placed myself on Alia's shoulder.
Nice.
All right, so who's the angel and demon in this analogy between one and Morin?
I'm both.
I'm her third eye.
All right, well, just because you have to.
Nobody's so. Oh, I guess technically.
Is this a monster knowledge check?
No.
Oh,
It's
actually,
fine.
I get +2 anyway from my headband.
Oh,
It doesn't
okay.
have to be monster.
Okay. +2 would not make the difference. However, Griffle.
Yes.
You know that there are some rare ship's parts, some pieces for some magical engineering pieces that get made for some of the bigger vessels in the inner sea that come from the forges at the city of Brass. They're sort of trying to think of how to phrase this. Saying that the components of your beacon system are from the city of Brass is like a major bragging point, right? Like that's a huge expenditure of money and resources. That is sort of saying we have the top of the line, no expenses spared type stuff.
Okay.
So you're aware that those things get made and that there are supposedly these elementally infused forges in the city of Brass. You wouldn't know really about specifically like whether there are ifrits there or like specific ifrits in the city, but you would know that the most sought after, so like saying that you have a piece from the city of Brass, that means you're like top tier shit. But even within that, there are specific forges there. So it's like, not only do we have the top of the line stuff, we have this stuff that has this person's name on it. I guess a better analogy would be like, think of like, hey, I have a Japanese katana. And then another person might be like, yeah, you have a katana that's traditionally made, but I have one that's made by this famous smith, right?
Right, yeah.
Like this is a Hanzo sword, right? Like that's the sort of thing. And you know that a lot of those tend to come from or be named after Efreets. You'd not heard the specific Efreet that they're talking about as one of those things, but you know that having an Efreet-made engine is, like the top of the line of the top of the line.
Uh-huh. Okay. And none of the names that I know of matches the name of the guy that imprisoned El Shaib, right?
So your character would not know the name of any of the Efreets that run it, but you know the like symbols and sigils of the names of it.
Oh, so it's like a maker's mark kind of thing that it's
kind of like knowing that, oh, you've got a Mercedes. You don't know the person who designed the Mercedes or even the people who like built the Mercedes, but it has its own special stuff because it's a Mercedes.
Okay, yeah.
So like they don't name Mercedes after like a person. It's they have the name of the ones that have.
We don't follow only the Ferrari.
So what parts do we have?
Private parts.
Oh my god.
Sorry. Why are you still awake, child? Your life would be so much better if you were asleep. I promise.
But the story's so engaging.
We're about to talk shop
Yeah.
at the engine specifications on our high tower class vessel. We've got 150 Shishi engine.
Well, now
Right,
I
so-
am curious because if he has a powerful Ifrit under his command, and that's the one that made this ship, it's obviously powerful because this is the best ship,
Listen.
right?
Slaps Genasi Hightower. This thing can hold so much dignity.
But how many dead bodies can it hold?
Slaps of fucking you. So many dead
Don't
bodies.
talk to me. Don't talk to me about the manifold
painting.
portrait. Don't talk to me about the portraits.
Sorry, we got sidetracked. So basically, your character knows not of this specific Ifrit name, but you know that there are Ifrits in the city of Brass.
Okay. Not much else to do, I guess.
I mean, there is still the question of what's the end game here, right? Like, her question still stands. Like, cool. In the short term, I can go back to the city. I can kind of lay the failure here at Rajul's feet and show that, you know, basically my knowledge prevented an international incident by not murdering the populace that was here. But what do I do from then? Because I still have to go after you guys. What's the next step? Or do we
But
just
does
leave?
she though? What would happen if she goes back and says, "Well, we captured them, but then they had not we captured them, but like, what if she were to go back and say, well, they know about the plague, and they're going to like share that information with a bunch of people unless we leave them alone."
I would say that it's pretty reasonable to assume that like that's really bad, but not having the ship
Is
is
worse.
probably worse.
Okay. So it wouldn't be enough to deter them. Okay,
Yeah.
so I turn to gosh, how do you say your name?
Alia.
Alia. There you go. Thank you. I turn to Alia and I'm like, what if we were to give you something, a prize, something spoils of war? What could we give you that you think would satisfy them?
I think the only thing that would satisfy in the long term is the end itself. If you think there is something that could be offered to placate them in the short term, or something after this revelation about Rajul and his overstepping,
We'll give you Morin.
the captain. She's like, I don't know exactly what you could offer, but I don't know what you have. Basically, I mean, she's like, I'm open to this idea. I just don't know what you have on offer.
Yeah, we don't either.
Mm-hmm.
Could
Would it
we
be
give her some of
possible-
the elementals that are bound to the ship?
That
I
doesn't
don't
seem
think
like
that's gonna
much.
do it.
I
But is
feel
it
like
possible-
it's sketchy if she's like, I made a deal with them and now I'm back.
Mm.
I mean, is it possible that we tell her that we will stay in touch? Like we just need to buy some time. Like maybe we could just keep kind of buying some time.
Buy some time for what?
Could she
think-
tell them that she managed to get a spy onto our ship?
Like I just don't think. Yeah, maybe. I don't think that there's anything that we could do in this moment that's going to get them to truly back off of us. So I think we just need to keep trying to buy time.
And I think what she's asking is buy time for what? What is it that
For us
will
to have our ship. This ship that we
Clear.
like so much.
To be clear, I think the answer you guys are coming with is like, we just need to buy time and we're going to do something else. Like, we're going to come up with something else. She's not going for like, I need exact answers. She's just like, okay, I'm going to buy time. And what's part 2 of this 2-part plan?
I mean,
Because-
part 2 is we need this ship to save the dang universe. So
Yeah,
These
it's gonna be a hard,
small-minded people keep getting in the way.
a hard
Mhm.
sell to her superiors.
yeah.
Well, that's not what she needs to tell them. She could tell them whatever she wants.
But she's asking what does she tell them?
So I think that, I mean, like, tell them she lost us. We teleported to a plane. She couldn't tell where we teleported to. And she'll keep looking.
Will the people on
How
her
come
crew,
she can lie to them and we can't?
will the people on her crew back up her story?
Well, they can't eavesdrop, so they don't know.
No,
what
but they
she's-
also know that we were obviously talking for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
And she's about to let us go. Not that she has a choice in that fact, but, you know, her crew is gonna be able to tell the church that.
I
And
mean,
her
we have the
crew will
Thurge.
undergo the Inquisition.
We have the Thurge as a prisoner. I would imagine they will. I mean, even if she is about to throw him under the bus,
Just tell them
They
that
will-
the Thurge is on the end.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a great thing.
Like we have a high-level hostage.
Well, they don't even know he's a hostage. He's on the end. He might be in control.
Well, so
That's
the
true.
because the other thing is like the way that she's been talking is that he's kind of a bit like he's pretty powerful, but there's a bunch of people who would like celebrate his downfall. But if she says like he's on the superstition's end, he may be able to take control if you just give him enough time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are you doing
Or
all this
he's-
brainstorming aloud or telepathically, or?
Telepathically.
Telepathically.
I would be doing this aloud because I'd want her feedback on viability.
Oh, really? Okay.
Out loud then.
Sure.
Like, what are the chances that the church buys that the super brutal commander took over at the end and was going to destroy a city and she resisted? And now he's on the run or doing whatever he wants.
She kind of nods along. So we could position ourselves as people that were defending against this. And you that are here are defectors. No, you are the people that had the end previously, but he was able to escape with it. But then
The last
If-
your crew saw, he boarded our ship, no?
she nods along. Yes, no. So would you be willing to go along with this? She, for the first time, looks towards Oil and Water. And Oil and Water frowns and says, I don't think I understand what you're asking me to go along with. And then Aaliyah kind of rolls her eyes. Okay, so the story we are going with would be that the Thurge, who would obviously take control of the ship once he was able to boarded the ship, was able to take control, and then when he had that control, he then attempted to create an international incident to try to formulate his own power base. Our ships engaged. One of the ships was destroyed. 2 of the ships were damaged. But we were able to cause the end to withdraw. And when the end withdrew, we could say, with working with local forces, she gestures towards the captain and towards Oil and Water, we were able to work with local forces to make his cleansing too damaging. And I could make the assumption that, of course, the Thurge would then take the ship home. Obviously, I would be making it back to Sanctuary under the assumption that my commanding officer completed his mission successfully and would be completely surprised, as we all would be, when I return to Sanctuary to find that he has not arrived, that he has absconded this priceless artifact and might be using it for his own purposes.
Would that not make them pursue us even more?
It would make them pursue the end, but then the end would be under the control of one of the most notorious Thurges of all time. The Inquisitor Captain would be an individual that they would have to deal with. Obviously, they would do scrying and divination that would not work, as he is aboard the end.
I'll slowly start nodding. Okay.
Sorry, I'm
Okay.
trying to keep her from freaking out too. And say, and of course, if we were so damaged, the three of our ships engaged with the end while he was taking it over, he is such a powerful individual that must be dealt with. Maybe the location of this could be part of the way that we could go after a more diplomatic route. Rather than a capture plan, I could propose that his faction within the church needed to be appeased and that they would be in charge of reaching out to Rajdul. Sorry.
I look at Marin, and I ask telepathically, like, what is his faction anyway? What do they stand for?
Well, he's he's a member of the Orthodox, right? But he's really a cleanser.
He kind if the division between orthodoxy and cleansing was today, he'd probably be a cleanser, but he's part of like the old guard orthodoxy. Like he's one of the founding members of the orthodoxy, the ones that do not want to change anything, whereas Aaliyah and your family are part of the more moderate faction within the orthodoxy that are more like a change with the times people. Like not crazy progressive, we should burn it all down and redo it like the cleansers are, but more of a middle ground. Is you're more moderate. You're more like, okay, well, yes, there are parts of the church that need to stay the same way, but we can also make compromises. Their section is the hardcore no compromise.
Right. So we're basically encouraging the politics of Sanctuary to shift like further towards the like don't change anything. Like
her position is to basically take all of the blame of everything that's happening and put it on the conservatives.
Right.
And then say, cool, this is now your person going rogue. You all have to deal with it.
Okay.
And then failures to recover the end are now
they lose political favor.
Correct.
Right. Okay, I'm fine with this. Also, I need to be right back.
That tranquilizer dart.
Right?
Didn't kick in yet.
My daughter normally like passes the fuck out like a brick at 8:00. It is 10:30 and she's still like wee rolling around the floor, having a blast.
But one trank dart could solve this. But no, they just won't legalize them.
So, and that's Aaliyah definitely seems on board with this plan. But she's going to make it clear that you have to make sure that Rajdul stays alive so he can't be resurrected from his rib. He stays alive and stays hidden. Because if Rajdul can come up to contradict her, then the whole plan goes to shit.
We can handle it.
Well, you have to play the politics well enough that, you know, if he ever did come back, of course he'd contradict you and tell everyone that you're lying, because that's what he wants.
Especially because he'd only be able to come back if he didn't to the end.
Right?
But I think there is he is the Inquisitor Captain, so if he says it and one of the Inquisitors says something else, he's probably going to win that he said, she said thing.
I agree.
All right. So the plan is you let her go. She's going to pitch this Rajul is the enemy thing to the powers that be within the church, and then kind of put the pursuit and capture of the end and of Rajul on the other faction within the church.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
And that other faction doesn't have the crazy powerful Ifrit, right?
It
It
Neither-
does.
technically it does, yes,
Oh,
but they are going to have a lot of incentive to go after their sort of star person within their faction and figure out and like get him back and figure out what's going on. Because
They're
if the
not gonna
Ifrit
just
gets
go
in
to
after it, the
obliterate.
Ifrit's gonna scorch earth everything.
It'll be ask questions first, shoot later, rather than the other way around.
yeah.
Right.
I like this plan. I'll look at Oil and say, how does this plan sound to you? It is your town at stake.
So she listens and says, "Well, correct me if I'm wrong. From my understanding, even if most of this plan goes to shit, it all falls on you all. The convincing of people that Rajul was wrong, that's something that can be done with research, with study, with proof and papers, things that I can provide. I don't feel like we're going to be much of any kind of importance, regardless of which way this falls." So Oil's opinion is like either everyone's going to be really pissed at you guys, really pissed at Aaliyah, or really pissed at Rajul, and none of those options lead them to come down and kill three trees.
Right.
I'm good with that as long as Three Trees is safe. It was us who caused the problem, and as long as that is dealt with, then I'm happy. We're good. Let's do the plan.
Would Alia and I or us be able to do sendings to one another without other people snooping on them?
Generally
that-
speaking, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I want to tell her to look out for recently one-eyed people, and
Okay.
if she encounters any in the church, that they are very dangerous, but she should let us know.
She will be on board with that. She doesn't know any recently one-eyed people, but we'll let you know if that's a thing, and if she finds one of them is going to have a lot more questions before she explains who it is.
Sure.
So is there anything else you guys feel like you want to talk to Aaliyah with, or is this sort of the end of the meeting on the Dancer's Edge?
I have a question. I don't know if she'll answer it, but oh well, no. Her only research into what the end is doing is with regard to the elemental lab, right?
Her research seems to be about
Al-Shaib.
Al-Shaib, yeah.
I do want to ask her, well, this plan sounds good. Will your crew be on board?
She gives a strange look. My crew will be on board the ship, yes?
Will they be willing to corroborate what we're saying?
They won't be willing to do... Whether they are willing or not is not very relevant. The people outside of this ward will have heard nothing other than that we had some sort of arrangement. I will be, of course, needing to take either more direct measures where we will spin to Sanctuary to speak, although I believe it would be best for you to fly with me. She gestures towards Oil and Water, back towards Sanctuary as and then she kind of makes little air quotes, prisoner, under the assumption that everything here has happened and is complete, or as an ambassador if our lie is going to go well. And if that happens, nobody here will be of the wiser. The only ones that have heard anything, and she gestures towards the two Air Genasi guards. And when she gestures to them, the two guards go to her, and both of them kneel in front of her And when they do, you can see around the back of their heads, there's a little kind of like a headband, but it doesn't go around the front of their face. So it's kind of in the hairline all the way around the back of their heads is a little metal band with inscriptions in it. And she whispers a couple of things and then places each of her hands, one on each of their heads, and then makes a little motion like drawing away. And then she sort of shakes her hands and says, "There, forgotten." The two people nod and stand up and go back to standing behind her.
I did not realize the Sky Dancers were here the whole time.
Yes, they happened. They were the ones that created the ward.
I thought they were on the outside of it.
No, they're on the inside of the ward.
Well, that is fine, and they have not heard what we have said. The sequence of events of Rajul boarding and then the attack happening versus how it actually played out may come into question.
She waves her hands. Battle is complicated and frantic. These people are simple people. It should be of no matter.
Understood.
Would Alia know the locations of any of the other labs?
That is a good question.
Because we know that one of our labs had a part of an adversary in it. If there are more out there.
Look at the notes real quick. So she will say that so I do not know of the location of any of the labs, but I do have contacts that could get that for me. I'd be willing to trade that if you had other information or things to trade with.
Can we ask her if she has any information about Al-Shaib?
How do you want to phrase that question?
Because she said she knows that there's an elemental bound, like a powerful elemental bound in the ship. Like, she confirmed that she knows he exists.
Mm-hmm.
Which is more than we've had from anything else, including the ship's systems. So I guess I would ask, like, what do you know of the elemental that's bound to the ship?
The only thing that I've been able to confirm is that the elemental exists, and that the binding of the elemental predates the ship, and the ship was built around the binding.
See. And is the binding a specific object? A focus of some kind?
She shakes her head. I'm not sure. From the best I can tell is it was an object, and that it was worked into the ship somehow. I don't know if it's a piece of wood, and that wood was worked into the hull, or if it is a important or prominent object somewhere within the ship, or something within the hold. I do not know much more than that, but I'm fairly certain that there is a object that the elemental is bound to specifically, and that the object was something that the ship itself was built around.
Do you know if the binding would break if this object were broken?
Depends on how it is broken, but probably. Broken physically, unlikely. Broken magically, it would seem reasonably so.
Right. Understood.
Griffel just starts obliterating parts of the ship in the night when no one's paying attention.
It's more like now I have a better idea of what we're looking for in order to set him free.
I still can picture you in the middle of the night just magically just obliterating things, hoping we won't notice.
You guys get up and an entire section of hull is just like gone.
Right?
Griffel's going to be starting to do a real life reenactment of the ship of Theseus.
Right?
Yes.
All right. So, anything else you guys want to discuss with Alilea?
Any embarrassing stories of Morin from his childhood?
If you bring that up, she will 100% provide.
Oh, I'm totally bringing that up. Yep. I'll look at him as I ask it too.
So she'll probably tell a story or two, much to Morin's chagrin. And then after a moment, be like, but if our official matters are done, there are limits to what I can convince the crew happened in here. We can't be friends, not openly.
Tell mother and father that I am, well, mostly alive and well. I don't know when I will see you again, but I do hope that our paths will cross. I think that I have some unfinished business in Sanctuary, both with the rib and with this. And I'll present the spear.
So she opens her eyes as she looks at that and goes, "Aye." So she kind of whispers a little bit under her breath, and when she does, the spear starts to sort of almost like it's exuding air. When she says under her breath, "What?" So she says, "Venerate the old of Yansi Bin, the winds whatever come." Like a sort of not a children's prayer, but like a prayer that kids learn at very early. And that's sort of a pray for opportunity, right? That I hope opportunity meets me. And when she says it, the spear reacts to the prayer.
Remind me, what is Yancy Bin again?
He was a primordial.
He's the primordial elemental air.
Right, he is the daddy primordial of the air,
The what?
right? Like he's like the big boss.
Yeah, he's one of the four
Yeah.
real big ones.
Imix is the primordial of fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Imix, Yatsiden, Sokara, and I never remember the name of the Earth one. So she kind of recognizes what the spear is and then says, kind of shakes her head and says, "You know, mother and father always said that you always wanted to take the easy way out of everything. But it seems like either you've gotten your ass put into a lot of different fires trying to go the easy way, or we were wrong. And you just had a lot of surprises none of us saw. Until we see again." She kind of comes forward, and you can see that she, for a moment there, maybe was going to give you like an awkward hug, and then just sort of like pats you on the shoulder, and then steps back and commands the two people to take down the ward. So the ward fades. Oil and Water has no problem staying to as being her sort of like diplomatic mission to go and speak to Sanctuary. The captain, however, although your sister assumed that he would be staying, he says no, that he goes where you guys go. And then as you guys are leaving, the Aliyah kind of like snaps her fingers and says, "Actually, I did have one thing for you, sir. What is that thing?" She gestures vaguely out into the forest. He looks at her. He looks back at you all. He looks at her again and then goes, "Trees, ma'am," and then turns away and walks down the plank.
Nice.
She says that to Kaid?
Yeah.
Okay.
My God.
Please, man.
I'm getting real like Hamlet vibes here.
I really like that answer.
Oh no, sorry, it's Macbeth where they like dress up as trees. My bad.
So you guys head down the plank, gather back with the soldiers, and what next? You head back to Three Trees with the group minus Oil and Water.
Yeah, I think we have to tell the other lords that Three Trees is safe.
Hmm.
I do want to talk to Marak, but that could wait.
They'll be joining us aboard the ship, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Please bring the Muta Edson with
Well,
us.
will he
It
interfere
will.
with the ship, and will the ship interfere with him?
Well, no,
He-
because we'll put it on stand down mode or whatever.
Right.
Or it can just be away from the ship
Oh, true.
because it
Teleports wherever it wants to.
travels between the planes.
So the Narat or the Nera stays fairly close to you guys, like not so close that it's kind of walking with the group, but close enough that the orb and the helm continue to vibrate. Not violently so, but like enough that you know that it's pretty close. But it doesn't go visible again on your walk back into the town.
Can we actually officially ask for it to go into like standby and stop interfering?
Do you want to do that?
Yes, because I think
Very much so, yes.
Yeah.
So you do that. Marak says, does something with the cube, and the resonance, whatever that thing is, it doesn't go away completely. It's still there, but when you put the helm back on, it's more like a slight ringing in your ears. Like
Okay.
if you go to a place that's like completely silent, where there's that sort of weird tinny reaction in your ears, that's kind of what it's like. It's pretty ignorable after a couple of minutes.
Mhm.
You think if you're around the creature for like the entire day like this, it's probably going to give you a headache, but for reasonably short periods of time, it's not going to be a problem.
Yeah,
well,
okay.
and now can you ask the helm to help identify it? And
Yeah, I wanna say first I want to apologize. I'm sorry about that. We needed to negotiate, and this thing needed to help protect our party, or we thought it might be needed. Are you okay?
The helm doesn't say anything, but gives you sort of a I'm okay-ish feeling back.
Okay. Do you know what that thing was?
A shatterer.
And what is a shatterer?
A being that destroys natural order. A breaker of mirrors, of planes. A destroyer.
Have you encountered one before?
Yes.
Could you show me?
So the helm tries to do something, and then it says, not while it's near.
Right.
can
Even when it is deactivated or less threatening as it is?
Its presence is disruptive. It's... Can I show you? But show you with eyes.
Yes, of course.
So the crystal helm sort of shifts slightly, and you feel it as these slivers of crystal reach down over your forehead and then make little circles over your eyes. Sort of like goggles, but without the sides. And then the helm says, look, and you feel it sort of kind of nudge your head in a direction over off into the woods.
Okay. I'm looking.
You look and you see through the invisibility. The Nerat is sort of keeping pace with you all in the woods, but it's not moving. It's moving in sort of like a strange zigzag pattern. So while you guys are walking, it's moving significantly faster because it's not moving in anything vaguely approaching a straight line. But when you're looking through the piece of the helm that's pushed down over your eyes, you're not really seeing what the creature looks like. You're seeing planar energies. And you see that those pieces of the creature that are dragging behind, they don't show up as prime material pieces. They show up as having the planar signature of negative energy planes. The pieces that are spinning ahead of the creature show up as having a positive energy charge. And some pieces of the body show either very slightly positive or very slightly negative. But more towards zero is the part of the central body that stays kind of in the middle of the cloud as the creature moves.
What the heck?
So it's like
Eh?
present in multiple planes at the same time.
Presumably? Is it constant? Like, is it always there, or does it seem to sort of jump from like place to place?
It doesn't seem to jump from place to place, and the pieces that trail behind and the pieces that go ahead are pretty consistent. Like they don't, like some pieces that are ahead don't then suddenly go behind, but it's more like whenever the creature moves, different pieces of its body are moving at different speeds, and so it sort of breaks apart into a line, and then when it stops, all the pieces kind of coalesced back together.
So it kind of leaves a trail of its own body parts as it moves.
Well, and it has a preceding trail as well, a bow wake
Right.
in front of it of where it's going.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
So she said if she knew what magic needed to be allowed, she could direct it. So can you ask the helm, like in line with that, like what magic should it allow or ignore to prevent this effect?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll say the person who there is someone with us who can control this thing, this breaker, and we think that if you could identify for us what it is that you are, that we could exclude you from the effect, that you would not have to suffer like this.
So you get that surge, like the helm is trying to do something, it's trying to show you something, and again the surge fades like it doesn't work. And then you can get the sort of frustration from the helm, like it would really like to show you something, but it can't, or it's having some sort of struggle with it. And then it says, don't. If Breaker could properly identify pieces not yet broken, it would break me.
Oh. And why would it break you?
They were made to do so. If you think something controls it, they're wrong. The only ones that controlled it were the old ones, their makers, the Forerunners.
Oh. Guys.
I mean, so is this something we even want to allow on the ship? The ship controls planar energies or manipulates them. This thing completely messes with them. Not sure I want it around on the ship even.
So I'm gonna ask the helm. We know that the beacon is also of the Forerunners. Why does the beacon not affect you so?
I think this thing is like made to destroy whatever material the helm is made out of.
Right.
So
I'm just gonna let it know, like, I wouldn't want to lose you.
So the answer that it's going to give is kind of a version of what one said, but it's going to kind of go into the Forerunner technology is not the problem. These things specifically are the problem.
Because
Like
they
the-
are made to destroy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would sort of phrase things like, fire is no problem to the forge, but I am kindling.
Right.
So is Marak right there?
Yep.
Okay.
She's
Can
with
I
you guys.
ask? Okay. Can I ask her, Marak, that stone that you use to control the creature, can you explain how it works?
Depends on how deep into the theory you want to get. I'm conversational with it, but I'm no expert.
Do you know why it is able to control the creature?
Yes. A piece of the creature's, well, I guess you would say brain, is contained within this. It is bound to follow. The pieces that are ahead are intention of the creature. This piece, she gestures to the little cube, is warded and contains I guess you could say a piece that is the furthest in the front. When it goes to move something, the first to act and the rest follows. This can direct the front of the action.
Hmm.
And so, would she let me hold it?
Not while she's using it, and she's still using it right now.
Okay. If I I could look at it closely though. Does it really look like it's the exact same material that the helm that Griffel and I, or the helm and the stone that Griffel and I have?
So she'll let you take a close look at it without touching it, and you can tell two things. One, that thing she's holding does look like it's made out of the same material, but what's inside of it looks different. It looks like a piece of that sort of chrome colored reflective thing, that mirrored look that the creature's made out of. So what she's holding is some tiny piece of that creature contained completely within a cube with rounded edges made of the same crystal that your orb and Griffel's helm is made out of.
Okay, gotcha.
Griffel, can you ask your helm how we would protect it better?
Yeah. I will absolutely ask that question. I don't want to lose my helm buddy.
So it says, send the break away.
Okay.
So I want to say telepathically, to make sure no one else, like outside the part hears, do not even indicate why it needs to be sent away. Do not give cause for it to go after the helm. Simply state that it is interfering with the ship. That's my thought, at least, right?
Hmm. Sort of tricky, you know.
I know, yeah, because if we indicate it, I don't know, these things are clearly opposing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you really going to fall asleep 2 minutes before the end of session?
kids never cooperate.
Epic level trolling. So you guys make it back to town. I'll say that it's pretty easy to have that conversation with the other lords. Like, this is what the plan is. This is what's going on. And Captain Kaid will also assure them that if the group will go with them to safety, that the safety will be rest assured. But he will need them to have some method of communication with them in order to come back, right? So they don't have a way to spin out without his people, and he's not leaving any of his people here. So
Well,
they'll need to hold out.
I don't think they need to leave at this point, right?
No, but he's saying if that ends up being the plan for whatever reason, just be aware you can't get out. You can't make it to the plane of the Iron Tower without us being here, and we're not going to be here.
Yeah, understood. Okay.
So does that, goes outside, and then as you guys go outside, Marak says, "Ma'am," or "Sir." She seems like she's a little confused as to whether she's supposed to address Griffle or address Morin. Captain or your helmsman, either one, can you give me knowledge of where we're going? I will have the Narat rendezvous with us there.
I believe we are heading to the city of Haven.
And that's on this plane?
It is.
Very well. It should be simple to do, since that ship seems to have the capability for interplanar transport. The Nira will interfere with whatever forms of magic you're using to translate yourself. It can play merry hell with any kind of congruency engine. One of their primary uses in larger scale conflicts is teleporting them aboard other vessels and having them disable their engines. I'd much prefer not to do that accidentally, and as long as I have, she gestures towards the cube, it'll be able to appear near me wherever I am.
Our operation in Haven is of a more covert nature. It is important that if the Narat travels there, it is not seen.
Do you think it likely that things should have very good capacities for seeing through invisibility, veiling, other sorts of cloaking technologies?
Potentially.
What doesn't these days?
We got that long list. We could go back and look.
We have the dude stat block.
All right, I'm pulling it up.
So basically, her response is going to be, if you think that there is something that's going to be able to see this thing, then yeah, she cannot have it go with. But she'd really prefer to have the creature come with, and it being pretty damn close to undetectable means that she doesn't think that it's likely to be a problem.
But we really don't want it there anyway, so let's just say yes.
Okay. What about she takes the device and spins it slightly? Illusions. How good are they with illusions? The Nira stops kind of moving weirdly through the woods and then goes visible for a second. And then after a second, you see a very convincing illusion of a Eladrin standing at the edge of the woods.
How long would it take the Nira to appear, should you call it, from elsewhere?
It depends on how I have it stand by. If it's further than, say, 500 yards, it might take me several minutes to convince it to get closer.
I think we are willing to sacrifice that time. This endeavor is no, that's not a pun that I'm wanting to do. This operation is rather delicate, and any chance of alerting our enemies to our presence in advance would be disastrous.
So Marak kind of looks over towards the captain. I can do it, Captain, but it's your call. Captain Kaid kind of looks at you, says, this thing that you're doing, these covert operations, do you think you're going to be able to do those and keep this power safe? Because honestly, that's my job. And if you're going to be bringing, kind of looks around for a second, and then he kind of realizes that he has no idea where she is. The woman, into some sort of dangerous situations, I would much prefer to have all the tools available to me to defend it if need.
Yes, I understand. I think that while we are entering a dangerous situation as mortals, I do not believe that this will pose a threat to our power.
Give me a diplomacy check, please.
Sure.
Also, while that's going on, I want to ask Clotho if she feels anything on this plane poses a risk to her in her current state.
Diplomacy check first, and then I'll respond
Okay.
to him, and then I'll answer that.
Okay.
So he kind of nods his head along and says, how about a compromise? I can set up a safeguard around me that would allow Marak to teleport to me as long as we are on the same plane. Give me, say, 6 hours to set that all up, make sure everything's in place. Doesn't have to be the next 6 hours. But if you'll agree to give me 6 hours to do what I need to do so that I can easily summon her and by connection summon the Narat, then we are agreed.
Then we are agreed.
So basically, at some point, before you guys do something to get yourselves into hot water, I mean, this isn't like a contract or anything. This is just him asking you to do this. You need to give him 6 hours to do some rituals and to allow him to instantly summon Marak if needed.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah. Mhm.
Cool. So he will agree on that condition. So the second thing was Drock asked a question.
Yeah.
Which was, is there anything on the plane that can threaten her? Is that what you said?
Yeah, is there anything on this plane that can threaten her in her current form?
Lots of things can threaten me. Whether those threats can be carried through, I don't know. I'm not sure there's a lot of things that would try, but some things would. I guess we'll have to see.
Okay.
She seems unconcerned about whether something is going to come after her or not.
Yeah. I feel in this form she's not as vulnerable as in the baby form, so.
Well, yeah, literally anything can murk a baby.
Like
She
us.
was far. I think she was far safer in baby form.
You think?
The real question was, were we happy with what Narsenhar would do to everything around her?
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Yeah. That's a fair point.
Well, Narsenhar can't help her right now because he's having
Oh,
difficulties of his own.
I'm pretty sure he can still help. He's just weakened.
He was going to help. He was going to interfere.
Mhm.
At the end of the vision was Narsenhar being protective.
I gotta figure out where that is and like reread, watch it.
So I think, unless I've got my time zones wrong, we're at the end of session, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So the last thing I want to do before we kind of call it for the day is what is the plan from here? Because you guys have a lot of options, and you more or less have. I mean, it's evening of the 13th, so you have tonight. What is it? Tonight, all day tomorrow, and then the next night, and then you need to at some point go to Haven, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you need to be at Haven for the night of the 15th.
Yes.
So what is the group going to do from here?
I would like to go to the bottom of the lake, check out Narsenhar's area, and if there's like a portal that we could close that would stop the siphoning of the power, cool. If not, fine. But I think like a quick detour there might be wise.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
I like that idea. We will need to make sure that the passage of time in the wilds and being able to come back to the prime isn't going to fuck with the calendar.
Oh yeah. So is Narsenhar positive or negative?
Time passes very fast there, relative. Or yeah, the last
We
time
should
you
we
went,
should
you
be
lost.
fine though, because our ship, like we flew
No,
through
we'd
with our
be
ship
fine.
last time.
But if
But the
we,
time still passes.
yeah,
Yeah, you guys
Right.
lost a good chunk of time the last time you went to visit Narsenar.
sorry,
How much time?
yeah.
The wilds are very positive.
Like I'm afraid that we'd go to the wilds to try to find this portal, and then
Come
be
back
3 days
3 days
later.
in the
It'd be-
future.
Even would already have happened, right?
yeah.
But we
Interstellar
we-
style, right? 1 hour is 7 years or whatever it was.
But we were able to talk to Narsenhar without going to the wilds at the bottom of the lake, right?
No, we went there.
Or we
No,
like
we did go through.
but like we don't have to go like all around the wilds to try to find this portal. We just have to like visit with Narsenhar very briefly.
Well, I thought the idea was to find the portal. That's
But why
the-
do we think it's a portal? It's like something's being done to him.
Something
Because
siphoning
there
his
was-
power,
the vision
Yep.
was something is siphoning from the prime into the Shadowfell.
which seems like a portal style thing.
But he's
Yeah.
not in the prime.
It was from the wilds into the prime into the Shadowfell, if I recall correctly.
Oh, so it was through. Okay, yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking like we're gonna go check out the immediate around like surrounding area to Narsenhar. We're not gonna like go back to the Iron Tower or like go.
But again, if like an hour there is many hours here, we still have to be extremely careful with that.
But I think is it
Wouldn't
like
that? Hang on. I have a quick question. If time runs fast there, wouldn't that
Yeah.
be the other way around?
It should be, yes. From what you know,
Oh,
his place should be reverse of what you expect. So the part of the wilds that you experienced when you were down there shouldn't be strongly positive. It should be strongly negative from the effect that you experienced last time.
Which was that we didn't. So how? So what was the effect we experienced last time?
Is that you were down there for like, I want to look it back up. I think you guys were down there for like 2 hours and you came back and you lost most of a day. So
Right.
it acted like it was like negative. I think I'd have to look it back up, but you guys would have the information to get to it. I can't look because she's finally fallen asleep. But you basically got to the point where I think it's -8 where Narsenhar is.
yeah. So that's what I mean. If we're there for an hour and we lose 8 hours, let's say,
We lose 8. Yeah.
we have to be extremely careful.
right?
Which is also not normal for the wilds, as you guys have found from talking to other people, because the wilds are, by and large, heavily positive, not heavily negative.
Okay, but like remember he was projecting like the whale illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was he projecting it into the prime?
I don't think so. I think it was
Okay.
on his side of the portal trying to get the things to go through.
Okay.
Correct.
So like there's no way that we could talk to him through a portal.
We might be able to. Can Clotho communicate with Narsenhar? Can we just ask her?
So I think that way leads to more session happening. And mostly what I need to know is, what is your plan? So let's assume you guys do something with Narsenhar that is on the table for next time, or talk to Clotho. What else do you guys want to put on the table? I need to know what to prep for next week. No, is it next week?
Yeah, next week.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
basically the most pressing things we have right now is Haven and Silverspire.
Yeah.
Haven
So-
we know is in 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know when Silverspire is, do we?
No.
No.
I have a question about that vision, that Silverspire vision, by the way. Was that the same vision in which we saw Arn take over someone's mind,
Yes.
Yes.
and then that's how the Night King lost his eye?
No,
No,
the
the-
Night King lost his eye when Philly attacked Terminus with Baneslayer.
Right. But that that
Which-
situation happened while she was at the Night King's court negotiating with him, right? Because we could
Yes.
hear him in the background, like complaining
Yes.
about it. Right. So, and do we know where Anna is right now? Because if we figure out where she is, if she's there already, that might be like happening right now.
I mean, I feel like it's got to be happening soon because I think they've just been going back and forth this whole time about
Do we know anyone
she-
in Silverspire that we could like do a sending to?
no.
I thought we sent the sending to On.
We did. And I talked to her when we had the battle with the Star Shadows.
So would it be safe to say that next time the plans are talk to Clotho and Narsenhar to see if you can find something about the power that's being drained from Narsenhar, and then probably going to Silverspire? Or would you guys want to put like trying to get a hold of On or go to the Baronies? Is that on the list instead, or in addition to?
Just prep everything, Gary. We don't know.
I mean, I do a
Prep
little bit of
everything,
that.
Gary.
I do a little bit of that anyways, but sometimes you guys stay within some pretty strict bounds, right? Like this is the page you guys are on right now is one of the 3 pages I prepped for today. And we more or less didn't leave here, and we didn't even get to this top part. So like this was the other thing I was assuming was going to happen today.
Oh yeah, we got to talk to him.
Yeah, you should prep that too.
I'll put that.
Oh, Gary. You assume we have any idea what we're doing.
Well, I just want to know, like, again, what I can reasonably prep, because there's going to be stuff that I miss regardless, right? Like I didn't properly prep the histories revealed, but like if I can try to be like, okay, well, I need to make sure to have this stuff done and good notes for these things, it makes my life a lot easier. So like for today, I prepped the whole thing with interrogation of Rajul. If you guys are not planning to do that sometime soon, I don't need to do that next time. But if that's relatively high on your priorities list, I want to make sure that that's kind of, something that I've read recently.
I think that Rajul can bide for a while. Like, I don't see a reason why we should like specifically try to like get him sorted
Sure.
like right away. Like he's not going anywhere. He can wait.
Well, but also something to think about is like if we end up doing the Narsenhar thing and it does end up being like 8 hours, we're not gonna probably like I would think it's probably not a good idea to go to Silverspire because we kind of don't know how long that's gonna take. And if we somehow, like got stuck there and we were there for like 2 days, then we miss our window with the ghoul guy. So then maybe it would make sense to talk to Rajul just to like have another thing that's not like very time intensive.
Gary asks a simple question. What are you doing next? 20 minutes later.
Not a simple question.
It's not a simple question, but even if it's like, well, we might do X, Y, or Z, that's still gives me some ideas of what to prep, right?
Yeah.
Like that's still very helpful for next time, is knowing roughly what the group is thinking, even though a week might pass and you guys all change your minds. At least there's some chance that I'll be able to get it. Although I do have one little extra thing that I, because of the way you guys went through things, I didn't get to show it, but there's no reason you wouldn't be able to see it because they bring it on board the ship. Is this thing up here? Which I was very happy with how it turned out. And that's the standard for the 414.
Nice.
Cool.
It's this ragged, beat up, old, very faintly magical cloth with a big sigil in it.
Cool.
So, so for next time, I will prep those things and a little smattering of some other stuff. Is there anything? I know that there was also some discussion of, hey, once we're out of the immediate stuff, One and Foxy wanted to do some stuff with their crystals. Is that a thing you would prefer to have done at session, or do you want to do it in like a chat channel between games?
I feel like because it's just going to be a bit of like trial and error kind of stuff. I feel like we could do that in a chat channel, right?
Oh, I was
Yeah.
gonna say I kind of enjoy listening. I mean,
Oh,
I can
okay.
read the
Yeah.
chat, but my vote would be in game.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Cool.
Does Filibuster have anything to say from all of this? I feel like you've been especially quiet today.
I have none. No, there's nothing really for me to participate in.
I feel like there's a lot of stuff for you to participate in, but what
No
is
starting a cult.
what does Filibuster care about right now? Like, what's his? Hey, we have to do X, Y, or Z. What is the thing that is motivating Filibuster that he feels like needs to get done?
I am not especially keen on going to Silver Spire because I don't think that we have the correct information to get there, as opposed to knowing very much about Haven, or pseudo very much.
But also, like, Haven is kind of like a small thing, like it's the regional concern, whereas Silver Spire is like the adversary is attacking there. We know this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still confused how we know that's happening soon, quote unquote.
We don't know when it's happening. That's the thing that concerns us. If we leave it too late, then we could entirely miss the opportunity to try to like stop it or help.
Yeah, so like we know,
Or we
I
could
guess
just
the
go there and sit around for a long time.
but we
Yeah.
could like find that researcher and warn them.
And you have her name, if you guys remember.
I guess we could
Right.
do a sending to her, right?
You don't have
We don't
you don't have her signature, so you can't do a sending to her. But you do have her name, so
Yeah.
because you know her name, because when you got it from Marita Song, it would not be that difficult to go to Silver Spire and find her.
Yeah.
Silver Spire's on the Prime, right?
It is. Mhm.
Cool.
Which is out in outer space.
Yep.
And, yeah. My vote is for Silver Spire. I don't really have that much attachment to Haven. Sorry, guys.
I think the goal is to do both, but knowing that the plan is to go to Silver Spire while you're sort of waiting for the clock a little bit on Haven
Mm-hmm.
is helpful for me. But yeah, that's where we'll start off for next time is session recap, then shift to Silver Spire, it sounds like. If that is the plan, and if you inform the captain of that, he's going to be way less concerned about where you guys are going because he knows Silver Spire well. So if that's where they're going, he's going to not worry about the whole. I'm going to do a
Being
ritual
difficult with the thing.
to bind the person.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're going to a place that he knows really well, which is Silverspire, he's like, yeah, okay, well, let's. We don't have to worry about the whole calling of things, and I'm not going to call Anera to Silverspire regardless. So
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Thanks for session. It's
Yeah.
fun.
Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
sorry it was
Okay.
so awkward because somebody was being a troll.
No worries.
Just
See you guys next week.
just keeps life interesting, right, Jerry?
Yeah,
It's always sunny in
my wife started
Louisville?
her second job.
Shelbyville.
My wife started her second job where she's making just like ridiculous money an hour. But the way that she's kind of going about it is just to pick up like a certain number of shifts every 6 weeks, I think it is. And so she's doing like a whole weekend to this weekend. So she worked 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. yesterday and is doing the same tomorrow.
Ooh.
So I've got to be
Super
extra
dad.
supportive. Yes, got to be good dad, but also need to like make sure that there's good food for her to eat, that she has all of her like clothes clean, because when she gets home from the hospital, she's like, cool, I'm gonna eat some food that you have prepared for me and then pass the fleck out.
Yeah.
And she sleeps and then gets up and goes back to the hospital.
Yeah. All right. Well, everyone have a great week.
Oh, one last thing real quick. If we go to Silverspire is a major trade city. So if you have not had a chance to look at the wealth by level rules yet that I posted, please do so, because when we hit Silverspire, that will be the first location that things will be workable. So start thinking about what you want to buy. Start looking at what your current wealth by level is, and see kind of how much buying power you should have, if that makes sense.
Awesome.
So like, just take everything you have that's like a non-artifact, or for Griffle, only include one of your 2 weapons in the total cost, or like the total wealth that you have, and then see how much money you have to spend, and kind of think about how you want to spend that. And if you guys have questions about items and stuff over the week, shoot me messages, or we can talk in the Level Up channel about it.
Sounds good.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay,
Right.
bye.
Take care.
Bye.